We got a big update to talk about here for tonight, as we are going to be playing some Splatoon 3. And I would say version 11 is probably the biggest update we've seen in the game in a couple years. It doesn't just rebalance stuff, it adds new mechanics. It also adds a lot of fixes, as always, for these updates, but specifically it changes around some hitboxes. So there's a lot of cool stuff to talk about here in this update. And I'm glad to see that even after over 3 years, Splatoon 3 still has a life to it, as it's one of the most popular online games on Switch, even now. So to see the community still alive and thriving, especially with these updates, has been really nice. I have the changelog here in front of me. We're going to look it over real quick, and then we're going to jump in the game to see these changes for ourselves. So let me go ahead and get that started. Hey there, Ethan. How you doing? Here's our changes here for version 11. The big things that are talked about in this specific update is a new mechanic called Flow Aura. We'll get into that here in a moment. They changed how stealth jumping works now in the game, which actually nerfs it by a pretty substantial amount, and it's really good for a nerf, honestly, because stealth jump was seen as a super powerful ability that you just never went without. There was never a reason not to run stealth jump. It's just that powerful in Splatoon. But it could be seen as a little overpowered, so that was adjusted. They adjusted some weapons. Dynamo Roll is the big one a lot of people were talking about, as the weapon now feels much closer to how it did back in Splatoon 1 in terms of its raw power. So it feels a lot more versatile again, since in starting Splatoon 2, when it got its big nerfs, the thing kind of felt like a wet noodle to so many players, and close to 10 years later, now it's finally getting tooled back to how it was years ago. And then obviously many more changes for like special and balancing of weapons. But let's just go ahead and talk about the big ones here. Players will now gain a Flow Aura when they do well in battle. Basically, when you're getting a kill streak, you'll get this Flow Aura state. And you keep this consecutively with a short period of time. I believe it's like a few seconds or so, and this also works after death from what I understand. They don't say exactly how long the flow state is. I think people are still kind of looking into it. This update just came out technically almost a day ago at the time of streaming now. So when you have a flow state, it keeps on extending when you defeat an opponent or a teammate defeats an opponent that you've damaged. So you get this from assists as well. So you can keep this going for a while. You also ink the floor around you with your color when you get the Flow Aura consecutively, so it does paint around you a little bit, give you some extra points as well. When you have Flow Aura, this is the big one, when it persists, you get some run speed up, swim speed up, ink resist up, and intensify action abilities. So kind of like a Tacticooler, you'll get a boost of 4 specific perks for a short time. I think people have said this is up to 30 APs of points. Like, it's a big chunk, just like with that Tacticooler special, so it seems very powerful. So this is the one thing we're not sure how it's going to be after this update. Float Aura probably has to be still tuned because it's very new. From what I'm seeing, it's a little overpowered, so I do think it might need a tiny bit of a nerf, maybe just reduce the abilities of these 4 ever so slightly. You don't have to completely gut it, but at the same time, if they like decrease the points by like 5, I think that might balance it more from what I'm hearing, but we'll see by playing it tonight. Alright, let me go ahead and catch up with chat here first. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear you had to come home early today from work with a migraine. Glad to hear at least that, you know, it's gone now after taking meds, but yeah, that always sucks. As someone who gets headaches pretty frequently, I know that pain all too well, so I can understand how that just makes you feel drained throughout the day. But yeah, again, hopefully now you're feeling better after the meds. Alright, let's see, what else here? This is about all the Flow Aura stuff. Things like Thermal Ink and Point Sensor also help for this state too, from what I understand. But let's see, what else? Here's the big one right here. Slightly decreasing collision detection size for players in swim form to make it harder for opponents to hit. By extension, they also made it easier for weapons to hit players in human form now too. So basically, every weapon got a buff and a nerf for its damage output. So things feel a little more balanced on that front too, which is nice. I always had this thought, and this went all the way back to the first game. When you're in your squid form, you're much smaller. You're not this big target, you're just like this smaller item on the field, essentially. So I always thought your hitbox should have shrunk to begin with. And it kind of did, but kind of didn't, if that makes sense. It was barely any smaller. So now they decrease your hitbox further when you're in squid form. So now it just feels like whenever you're in that squid form in general, so if you like flop back and forth to shrink your hitbox, it's actually going to shrink it now. Make it harder for you to die if you play things strategically, which is nice. That's really nice. Another thing here, I kind of skipped over that. When an ally or opponent has taken damage, players' approximate remaining health will now be displayed. So now we have health bars in Splatoon. You'll see a little bar over someone's head after you do damage, and they'll tell you how much health they have. So now when someone says he's won, now you can call them out for being a liar because that guy has half his health. He's not 1 point away from death. That guy still needs like 3 more shots to die. So it's actually a very nice quality of life. I heard some people mixed on this because some people feel like that takes away from the spirit of the game, which I don't care about that. The spirit of the game is a very quirky, unique shooter. Adding health bar to it doesn't change that at all to me. It's a nice quality of life. Now you know how much damage someone takes before they actually get splatted, which is good because there were some points where I could have sworn this guy had like 1 health left, he should have died. Now you'll know for sure if you're doing the amount of damage you're supposed to be doing or not. So, nice quality of life here. And then the big one here was the super jump. When attempting to jump a long distance with super jump while the stealth jump ability is equipped, now this ability increases the time required to make the jump by up to 1 second depending on the distance. So the further you're jumping to someone with stealth jump, the longer it's going to take. So instead of just like being the same distance and same time period as it was in the past for stealth jump, now they just like have this graph of like how long does it take for a player to jump, which helps on balancing, because in the past you just equip a lot of super jumps, use stealth jump, and you just jump, 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 jump. Like you go all over the map at that point, like you're like a bunny. So this helps slow things down to a point now where people can't jump from spawn to the other side of the map near the opponent's base in a matter of a second or two. Now it'll be about 3 to 4 seconds depending on like how long this could take. So a little bit better on that front. Makes it closer to how Splatoon 1 stealth jump worked, which was very well balanced, and then going to Splatoon 2, they reworked it, which kind of made it unbalanced in a lot of ways. So this kind of reverts some of those changes. 8 years later, something like that from what it feels like. And then obviously the big things, they also, this is just a reminder, they adjusted some reef slider paint distance and explosion radius. Damage is a little bit different. It just basically nerfs it so it doesn't just cover a zone now, which is much in a lot of ways a much needed change, as I can say. And then like, yeah, they increase and decrease certain things on weapons. I heard the nozzle nose family, the L3 and the H3 got a nerf, essentially. Like you increase shot speeds, but it decreases the radius of ink splatter instead. And both weapons have something similar. H3 also has the increased damage from 44 points to 45. Whoop-de-doo. It's like, they need something else. Like, they need an accuracy increase or a shot time increase, but now they didn't get anything. Every other weapon has some nice increases. The S-Blast got a little bit of a nerf of decreasing the radius by about 11% to its short range, making that not as powerful, but it's still super powerful, so it doesn't really matter. So all these changes outside of the nozzle noses were apparently really appreciated. Points of special were changed as well. As you can see, some weapons went up, some went down. Again, I think it's pretty well balanced for what it is. So, at this point, I think that's enough talking about the said patch notes. Now I think it's time for us to actually jump into the game itself and see all these changes in real time. Because there's a lot here, as we can tell, but the big ones are the flow aura, giving us those perks, the super jump difference, and the health bar. Those are the 3 big things that I want to see for myself. So, let me go ahead and get my self set up here, and then we'll get started. Alright, there we go, we're good. Let me turn on my audio so I can hear it. Yeah, the spirit of the game is you inking map. That's why I don't really feel changing the health bar thing really matters, because the spirit of the game is still the same. Now you just can see your damage, that's it. So I hear some people argue against the health bars being a thing, but at the same time, it doesn't change the game to me. It's a nice quality of life. But you always gotta have people that complain. That's just how it is. Alright, so the news. Listen up, going down. We changed a lot. It's an update. They're probably not going to even mention what the update's about as usual. They'll just tell you, go online and read. Which I did. I specifically, by the way, for reading the patch notes, I didn't read Nintendo's patch notes for this stuff. I used the Inkopedia's update thread for the patch notes. And that's just so we have a better visual of like what actually changed. With like the arrows telling you, here's what's buffed, here's what's nerfed. It's a better outline than what Nintendo gives you. Alright, but let's go ahead and jump in. I want to see... The big one for me, for the weapon changes, is going to be the Dynamo Roller. Because everything else, it's like minor changes on buffs and nerfs. I won't really feel it. It's the roller that's going to really matter. Let me get anything but this one, though. I don't like the newest Dynamo. Let's go with the vanilla. So now you get about 4.5 swings before your ink is gone. So that's much better. Because in the past, this thing was about, what, maybe 4 flicks? I think if you just equip one thing of Ink Saver main, I think that's enough for the Dynamo now to not run out of ink, like, instantly. So let's see, do I have one here? Just take a headpiece. We'll use the hat, because I already have it set up. Alright, so that was 4.5 without Ink Save. 6 flings with just 1 Ink Saver main on a main ability. That's a pretty big difference. Although, to be fair, this is a little biased because it's with a chunk on there. Let's actually eliminate that. Do the test one more time. So, start from scratch. Didn't matter. It's still 6 flings. So that's much better. This thing doesn't take up ink immediately like it used to. That's the big one. And the other thing about this one, understand, damage values. Way chunkier. So this thing doesn't hit close to most of the damage anymore. It hits for 80 to 180 damage depending on the fling. They even buffed the vertical flick, which was known to be pretty worthless in the past. So even that flick now can do decent damage. So Dynamo is much better than it used to be. So if you're a Dynamo user, congrats, your weapon is finally usable after 8 years. It's a pretty big difference. This weapon was in purgatory for a little too long in its life, but it's now much better. Thank God. I like rollers as much as the next guy. My biggest complaint with Dynamo was always just they were too slow, took up too much ink, and didn't do as much damage as they should. Because I went back, played Splatoon 1, saw how much better they were in Splatoon 1 during the timeline of Nintendo shutting down servers and then with the Pretendo stuff. So then going from 1 to 3, you see the nerfs. It's really bad. Alright, but let me just... I want to jump into a game really fast just to see... I think I'm going to do Turf War just to see first. If I can get a flow state immediately, that'd be ideal. Because what I want to do is I want to see how much ink you put on the ground. So I want to see how much point value that could be once you activate the flow state. But I also want to see how long does it last, how many of my abilities get buffed, and for how long. I want to see all that for myself. Because I don't really know if the community broke down how much this specific flow state's worth. I've been hearing 30 AP for each ability, so 30 points worth, which is 3 main saves of each. That's a lot. And the only way you get something like that normally, either stacking the abilities yourself, or to get them all at once, you have to use the tactical or special. So that's why I'm curious to see how this is going to work. But yeah, we're just going to explore some of the new stuff, obviously. But going to be opening up lobbies here to my friends, anyone who want to play along and chat. We're going to just hang out tonight and just play some Splatoon, which will be nice after the chaotic stream week that this has been. I mean, Tuesday wasn't that bad because I was jumping around from games to just talk about whatever, but yesterday was a long one. I was not planning to stream 6 hours, but it just kind of happened. I mean, I'm not regretting the stream yesterday. That was a really fun time to play with those transformation masks in O.R.C.A. It was insane to see what you can do in that game now. I've got to use the special immediately. There we go. That's my first kill. Now I got to get a second one, and that should activate the flow state. Okay, I can see the health bar now, though, so I at least can see that change. I did one hit, so that's about a third of the Dynamo's health gone. Now, this is the difference for stealth jump. I don't really feel too much because it's only halfway in the map. But if I tried to jump to the other side, I probably would have taken another second. Yeah, it was kind of crazy. I took off for a month, and one of my first streams back was 6 hours. It's funny, because I'm telling myself this year 3 to 4 hours tops maybe for a lot of my streams. So don't go overboard. And the second stream of the year was 6. So I already kind of broke one of my own promises. But I was having fun. And that's the reason why I continued. I didn't even feel that tired. I just know VOD watchers are going to really enjoy the VOD when it goes up. Because that's going to be a really nice thing to watch for a lot of people. Alright, he's half damaged. One more hit would have killed him, but I don't want to take that risk. Someone got a flow state, I heard it. You can hear when your opponents or your teammates, I guess, got it done. That's good. I don't know if that was my teammate, though. That's the only issue. Should be like 2 hits away. There you go. It really helps to have the health bar now, because I knew he was 2 hits. Before, I would have to estimate, was that 1 or was that 2? But now I can definitively say how many hits. And I can see my teammate health bars too, so I can tell my teammates are weak. There you go, I got a flow state. Alright. I'll look at this clip so I can see how many points that was worth, because I couldn't tell in the heat of the battle. I think that was maybe 5, 10 points if that. I still have my flow state though. So give me that aura. Give me that aura. More aura. Couldn't reach. If I was a Splash Shot Pro, I might have been able to. I've heard that weapon plays really nice in this now because it's easier to hit your opponents when they're in human form. So that's a pretty big difference. I need to say, first game of the day, that was a pretty easy victory. So I didn't have that much around me I could have inked. So I don't think this will be the greatest example of how the flow state works. At least for inking the ground. But I did feel a pretty different movement set. Like I felt like I was swimming a lot faster. So around here is when I got the flow state. So after this guy. So 708. 719. So I do think it was about 10 points. At least. It could have been more. There was more of the ink around me. I know the trailer for this, or not the trailer, some of the clips Nintendo shared for this update, I think showed a better example of how that ink works. It might be easier to see that even in like a private battle. Alright, but let me see. I've heard Pro was much better, so I'm going to try a... You know, I'm going to do the other Pro. I know they nerfed a little bit of the output for Booyah Bomb, and I don't want to be the Booyah Bomb spammer in Turf War right now. It's been a bit. I gotta also get used to the gyro aiming again. I adjusted my settings since the last time I played too, so sensitivity is different. He's like one more hit away from my weapon. I can actually say he's won. I saw that. One more hit. Away. Didn't have enough time. Let me jump here, because that shouldn't be any difference in time, because it's basically right next to base. But I want to see how long that's going to take to jump if someone's on the other side of the field. I would like to try a super jump from base to the other base at some point. I need to get a little bit more points, and then I can use my special. I think right now it's a good idea to have the special on standby. Yeah, I see a third one. Going half. Wouldn't matter then. It's the same respawn Punisher guy. I don't see respawn Punisher all that much, especially on a dually, so that's kind of weird. Unfortunately, our base is pretty much congested right now with the opposing side. We would like them out. This is not a bad weapons that my team has. It's just apparently no one can really take advantage of their kits. So we're getting pushed back. Didn't fall. Yeah, I knew that wiper would be on me because I fell. Our team now is definitely getting some ore farming in, I would have to imagine. Because we haven't been able to do much. We've been sitting ducks. Not taking the risk. Again, my team has been, unfortunately, stuck at base for pretty much the entire time, myself included, so I'm not really liking how this is going. Okay, I got one of them. I definitely need another game to feel the flow state with this weapon, because this is not a great example game. Yeah, we'll just take that as a wash. Yeah, that explains a lot. My team at most gets 2 kills apiece. Other side gets like 8, 5, 6. Like, yeah, that's about right. So I need a better set. Probably work with a better set of weapons on my side. 21st match of the year, nice. I can't remember if I won or lost my first game of this year in this, because my first game was that Splatfest that happened a couple weeks back. I think it might have been a loss because Splatfest is always a roller coaster of quality for your teammates as Turf War goes. Alright, this looks like a promising setup. Very similar team from last time though, but the big difference is the toolie. Man, it's not helping that timing. If I want to try a flow state, I would like to be able to survive. But that Brella has some bad internet. So we gotta be careful of that specific weapon for teleporting. Don't miss that about Splatoon. The next game has to have better netcode, simply if it's just Switch 2 exclusive. Because the Switch's netcode is held together with the worst wireless chip in any modern system. Because they have like a really old wireless chip in it. But the Switch 2 is pretty good on networking. So if I'm playing like Mario Kart, I don't really notice any issues, but if I'm going back to a Switch game, it's 50-50, because it depends As a Switch 2 user, it's fine. Switch 1 user, a little more hit or miss. Oh, crap. Yeah, the dually was on me. Like, I know my ping now is the lowest it's ever been because of the internet upgrade. I think my Switch now is around 4 to 5 milliseconds of ping, which is super low. In the past, I think it was like 10, which was fine. But now it's half that. New internet's just been so nice. I can't be happy enough about actually finally upgrading. Oh, come on, I didn't see the second guy. Not until it was too late, so they just got flow. It's a little bit easier to see when someone has flow state, though, but I'm trying to see if I can see them also swimming in the ink. I haven't been able to see someone long enough with flow state in the opposing side to tell that fact or not. Teammate's almost dead. Yeah, I'm gonna die on that one. I think I might swap to the Air Pro, because I'm not having the best luck with the 10 missiles right now. Alright, let me change. And let's get the Forge Pro instead. I'll still keep the same setup. This has been a newer gear set I built out like a month or two ago. I just started to play around with. So I'm gonna keep on using it, get a feel of it. While I'm waiting, I didn't see what the modes are available right now for rank stuff. So right now it's Rainmaker and Series, Tower and Open, and at 9 o'clock, so about an hour and a half, Splat Zones and Series, Clan Blitz and Open. Oh, come on, man. Clan Blitz! I gotta play Open sooner rather than later if I want to play Ranked. Because, I mean, I don't mind Clan, but I would rather play anything but. I feel like that's a streamer's curse, because it's not just me, but I've seen a lot of people, they decide to play Splatoon, and they're like, oh, let's play a ranked game, what's available? And half the time, if someone's streaming, it's usually Clan Blitz in the rotation, and everyone groans. I popped into a lot of Splatoon streams over the years, and I've seen the exact same issue. There you go, I helped with that one, so I should build up the flow. Got him. I missed some of my shots. I did give him the half, though. So close to flow state. You need 3 kills consecutively for that to work. That's why I'm very close, it feels like, half the time, but I'm missing it just by that one last kill. So it's not a free thing to get. That's what makes it pretty balanced so far. But once you have it, you're a powerhouse. Oh, come on, I tried to do a squid roll. That's the thing I hate so much about squid rolls. I get that one pixel of ink. It's not my color, and now I just can't do it. I still fall into that trap of trying it half the time. It's a bad idea. Come on, one more hit. 2 more. There's my flow state. Yeah, look at how much faster I'm moving. It's so fast. So that is like another 3 different swim speeds on me. It's insane. Oh, I have to test it. I didn't see that. Yeah, look at how long that's taking. The jump time is pretty instant still, but it's the fly-in that's adjusted, and that fly-in took a lot longer. So I would have been at the base probably a second faster if this was the old patch. But with the new patch, that was an extra second being in the air. Super jump perks are just adjusting the overall, like, startup to the jump timing. It's not changing anything about the actual, like, fly-in timer. So that's why that's still going to take a hot minute to get back in, no matter how many super jumps I equip. Alright, I think I got a feel of the things now that I want, so I think now I can start opening up the lobbies. Because I'm balancing back and forth. I'm going to be fair to people if I just made a lobby quit, That's just kind of stupid. Alright, but let me do my usual shopping first. To be fair, there's probably nothing I'm buying because I have everything I want at this point, including things actually leveled. And I'm running low on single-player eggs, so I need to soon enough grind this out. But I'm getting to the point I don't care too much about the drone, because it's not giving me anything but money. I just keep on filling the drone up every day that I play, because I have the eggs, I might as well. But once they're gone, I don't think it's going to matter. Alright, so I'm going to open up an Anarchy Open, as I want to play some tower control now. So I'm going to open this up to friends, and then from there, anyone who wants to join in can just join in. And I'm going to just do the Y send out. There we go. So tower control. Now to figure out what I want for this, because now I'm just going to play whatever. No idea what your team was doing. Ink Brush is doing the killing and the inking. There's a problem? Yeah, you're supposed to do one or the other, and most of the time it's killing. So I can see your issue there. Alright, let me see. What other weapons were adjusted? Because I can't even remember. Most stuff was buffed. Blaster was the only real thing that was nerfed, the S-Blast. Everything else kind of needed a buff. I know some people are kind of worried about the Splatling buff because they increased not only the radius ink by spray droplets and the radius of the ink splatter to point of impact. Like, they increased just how fast it's moving or, like, the ink coverage. I think radius ink by spray and ink splatter, I think it's just more coverage. Some people are worried that upping it 12% might have been a little much, but we'll just have to see. The devs already announced that they might actually be doing an update sooner rather than later for this game. Only because of how they changed so much with 11.0. There might need to be more balancing done to fix the new stuff they added in, or maybe adjust the balancing they just did further with certain weapons. So we'll have to see what happens. There could be another patch next season, which is only in like another month. So who knows? let's do this. What were the maps? Because I didn't even pay attention to maps. Flounder Heights, and what was the other one? Barnacle and Dime. Okay, that's not bad. Barnacle's not that terrible on Tower. The final push is the problem part, but the rest was fine. I'm gonna use this now. Honestly, yeah, it's not that much. I'll just use it right here. There we go. Perfect. On one hit away. There you go. Yeah, this health bar thing is, I think, the biggest part of the patch for me. This is such a helpful occlusion now. Nice quality of life. It does kind of feel weird, because I don't think I've played any shooters that have health bars on your opponents before. Every shooter I played is always based around, like, the old mentality you've had ever since, like GoldenEye or Halo, where there's no health bar in your opponent. You have to always just assume how much health they have. And your health bar is just whatever's glowing on the screen. Like, if you can see yourself a little weak or not. Dang. So yeah, no, the health bar is a little weird to get used to. I honestly, like, I like the inclusion, but I do think it looks a little weird in the game. It almost feels like a fan mod, if that makes sense. Because it looks almost like it was not something originally designed for this kind of game. Even though I know it was, but kind of not at the same time. There we go. We at least traded. Doing pretty good. Already down to 20 points is really big. Just a little bit more. There you go. Get him out of here. I know, yeah, I was gonna say, I know you're still there. I saw someone on that ledge. I'm gonna go around. I think it's probably the best call right now because too much chaos in the middle section. Yeah, that's right. Get out of here. Okay, it looks like we got a decent lead right now over the competition once again. So they're going to start moving back over to their base to defend the tower. Ooh, that was a little dangerous there. They're in a flow state now, so this is actually really bad timing for us. Good timing for them. Only one teammate left. If you see someone in flow state, then you have an idea of how many your team members are alive. Doesn't seem like anyone else is around here. Spoke too soon. I had a feeling the paintbrush had to be nearby. I was wondering if he retreated a bit or if he was still hiding around the corner. So I didn't want to say anything else. Yeah, now they can see me, so no point in hiding. Got my flow. But unfortunately, I couldn't capitalize. I thought I had my special ready. I misread the special. We're getting a little dangerous now to the base. There you go. That gave me a flow state, so I guess I got the assist. Nice. Keep on pushing for that flow state near the end. Not really mattering to get more flow at the end of the game, but it does help me, I guess, move around faster. So I was a little close near the end, but we secured it by 13 points, and that's all that matters. GG's. $19. Hey, that was a pretty good first game back to a ranked mode. I haven't played ranked in a hot minute. So that's good. 320, so I got 20 points off of that. I haven't cared about my rank anymore. I just kind of gave up on that because I haven't played the game enough. I will say, kind of a weird John to put it as, which I kind of still find it funny as like a fan of like competitive communities. We're still calling excuses Johns after like the one meme from Smash Bros over 10 years ago that no one else really uses. Yet most people still do, somehow. Besides the point. My little excuse if I'm still de-resting or not, I'm getting used to using a different chair while playing Splatoon, because the armrests are in a different spot, so actually how I'm resting my arms while playing the game makes a pretty big difference with motion control. I'm not used to it yet. You get number one score boost when you were on a tower very long. I guess you're on it long enough to make a difference. If you got us 20 points, that's probably 10 more points than most of us. Oh, I got hit by like the very last piece of spray from the sloshing machine. I didn't even see the slosher hit. Nah, I couldn't fall in time. There we go, gotcha. Gotcha. That's a new term. Got him. That's what I want to say. Really, the one time I wanted to jump on the tower for a second to readjust my position, I got hit with a random burst. Sure. God, I love getting hit by the random burst. Got him. Nice. And I clicked in the stick as soon as I clicked it in, man. I'm getting really unlucky with the timing of when I get spotted. Oh, they got aura. Gotta be careful with them. Smart to jump away. Give you a little bit of extra protection so you can get the tower pushed. Nice. Knew they were going to get trapped by the bomb. Oh, man. Feels so good when you just hear the chwoot sound. And then, you know, yep, I got a flow state. I can see my eyes glowing. I'm going in. It's really good when you're a Slayer weapon like myself. And I got it back. I'm going in. I know you're still there. I am leaving. Get off that tower, sir. You get away from the tower. Nah. Not enough time. This is a close game, though, because we are 6 points ahead. That is not much of a lead. So this can change any minute. And we don't want to see the lead change. We want to keep this push as long as possible. Gotta throw past the towers. The Booyah should actually hit more people. Dude, you're one hit away. Ah, it's so annoying. Watch out. He got flow state. Oh, you can even see their health when the shield's up, so you know when the shield itself's gonna crack. That's cool. Because it was glowing when I was hitting the opponent, so the health bar was telling me, it's not done yet. Not ready to chip yet. Getting close. Give me this back. Need this to move a little bit faster. Good. All right, that didn't matter. We're good. Good game so far. I'm liking it. Keep that push up. Though I'm feeling a little restricted while wearing this sweatshirt. I think I'm gonna take this thing off. Oh no, he's undressing on stream. TOS. Remember back in the day when people actually went shirtless on Twitch and that was a TOS issue? I think they gave that up. Because I've seen too much of that again. Alright, there we go. Now I can actually focus. There we go. One nice thing about this chair, though. Got a coat rack. If I need to use that sweater again, I'll just grab it. Nice. It was a Christmas gift I got. I never mentioned that because I actually started to use this back in December. It was an early Christmas gift because I needed a new chair. My old one was fine, but it was starting to give me back pain. So I needed an ergonomic chair instead. Which you definitely gotta get ergonomic chairs if you want comfort. Not those chairs that look like they're ripped out of a race car. Those are very uncomfortable after a while. Oh, that guy over there is like one hit away. I don't know where they went. Oh, hang on. I gotta live. Alright, at least Booyah won't work. Today be the day maybe get a C rank and ranked? Maybe. That could be a possibility. They're after me, yeah, like that Inkjet was determined to get me off the map for some reason. Like, I wasn't a threat, buddy! Okay, there we go. Let's move in now. You mean they took the tower? What's the rest of you guys doing? Get off. Let one person go rogue. I have no idea how the heck we let one person go rogue. Come on. As soon as I saw that turned around, what happened to everyone else? The only person I saw on that was you, Ethan. Like, what happened to the other two? Okay, they're gone. Don't worry about the guy in the corner. I need soda. Dang it, it's gone. I was thirsty. I'm gonna use this now, because there's a decent amount of chaos here in the middle. Oh, I got soda. Okay, good. I want to see how this stacks with the flow state, but I don't know if I have a chance, because this is a very aggressive game. Hey, Matt, how you doing? I can't get the soda because I already drank it. Alright, cool. Get him out of here. They have a DC, I just noticed that, so this game got infinitely easier. That's unfortunate for their side. Hey, Tokiko, how you doing? Give me that soda. Push him back a bit. Now the bow can't really be that threatening. I'm moving in. Because I have all the power. Thanks to my soda. At this point, I'm just being more of a distraction, which is working. Because no one else is really able to do anything to our guy in the tower. That's good. Nice wipe. Alright, this is a freebie now. It was already a freebie when they got the DC, but doubly so when there's no one left. Yeah, it's sorry to hear that, man. I know you're still in the recovery phases. I mean, I'm just hoping you get better sooner. Friend code, I don't give out friend codes. Toku. I've had problems with that in the past, so I don't do that stuff. Yeah, they're dually DC'd. That's unfortunate for them. I think the dually was one of the better players at one point. I don't know what the Squelcher could have actually got because of the DC. I have to estimate my head. Okay, Tokiko, calm down. I'm only playing with friends right now, so not gonna be changing that. I'm sorry. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. Let's see what we got here. I thought that was the Dynamo on their side for a second. Right, we're gonna run into a Dynamo, because now they might not be a rare breed. People are actually gonna want to try the weapon. I know I'm gonna play some games later with it. But so I get used to the flow state stuff, I want to use weapons I'm more familiar with that I can relatively be comfortable getting kill streaks with. Yeah, you're in the middle of that stuff. One more hit. Oh, come on. So close. Unfortunately, they got the flow state, and they really benefit from the run speed perk. So they just get more of it. This is going to be a really strong push for them. This is not great. I say as I got shot from bow. See over there. The nice thing about the health bar is you can actually see when someone's hiding behind a wall now. I have to touch this. I got stuck in ink. I was touching the tower so I can instantly jump off, and as soon as I jumped on the tower, I got stuck in ink. Alright, GG's. That was a fast game. Alright, one more game of this, and I'm gonna pause the lobby so I can refresh one of my tickets. If you're feeling up to it, Matt, you can join, but I can understand if you don't because you're sick. If you do, just let me know so I can make a call on the Discord side. Also, how do we feel, by the way, with these lobbies? Like, they feel pretty packed, right? More impactful than High Guard? Heyo! I kind of want to bring that one up because it is insane of how much of a dumpster fire that launch was. Like, can we talk about that at this point? Just talk about how much of a Concord 2 this really became. For those of you unaware, High Guard is a brand new free-to-play hero shooter that just released, like, a few days ago, if that. And the game itself released to overwhelmingly negative response after having an overwhelmingly negative response on its reveal a month ago. And it's riddled with bugs. It's already so bad, the player base dropped like a rock within a day. There's almost nobody playing it already. It just came out and the game is already deemed basically unplayable because you can't get in the games. That was fast. So I think we are having a Concord 2 situation for another online multiplayer game where it's probably not going to last more than a month. It's sad to see because it sounds like the people who made the game really put their heart and soul into this, but it's just another game in an oversaturated market people are tired of. So it's to a point now where it's doomed to fail unless they clean their act up immediately. And I don't think that's happening. I think it's just too late. Nah, 1 point away. Yeah, I can understand that, Matt. That's why I extend the invitation. Those. Speech is hard, apparently, when you're trying to focus on playing Splatoon. Extend the invitation is always to friends. People are just tired of, well, those types of multiplayer games. For the most part, I think that's also a big factor, too, yeah. But High Guard, when it was shown, just looked very generic, and then when it came out, shocker, it was very generic. So that didn't help arguments. And the game's an unstable mess, too. Like, I heard that if you change the options in the, like, graphical presentation, it just screws things up more, somehow. So if you're playing on high, and you're playing at 1080p, you put the preset down to medium, and now your graphics go from 1080p down to, like, half of that or something, like maybe 720p. The game gets blurrier the more you lower resolution, which is not, or not resolution, graphical presets, which is not how games work, normally. You lower the resolution by lowering the resolution, not a preset. So, it is riddled with bugs, too. I've heard the servers are very unstable if you're lucky to find people playing it. So, like I said, just riddled with bugs. It didn't look like it was ready to ship yet, but it did anyways. And it's a very boring, average multiplayer shooter, which we have so many of those in the market, people are just done. I mean, Marvel Rivals is one of the biggest multiplayer games out there, and it goes in, like, roller coasters of how popular it is, because people are just getting tired of it. There we go. Couldn't see the guy for a second because that camera. Tongue-tied like Porky Pig for a moment. I get to that point sometimes, I swear. I can do a really good Porky Pig impression just by talking. Good, I'm up here. That's what I want. And I'm gone. Although, we might have to push enough to get to 0. Let's go. I was worried there for a second. We might have lost the tower right at the end, but we're fine. Alright, let's do some science here really quick, because I want to continue that High Guard story. Let's go to SteamDB. they tell you really good numbers of who's playing what on Steam. By the way, I'm going to pause the lobby really quick so I can refresh my ticket. So the room's not disbanding, I'm just pausing queuing for games. That way I can just refill. And also this gives me a moment to look up things. So I'm going to look up the big ones. Well, Highguard's the first thing on the search, that's perfect. And let's do Marvel Rivals, as that's the latest game in this style that we can compare Highguard with. Okay, so, for reference sake, right? Let's, actually, hang on. Yeah, it's in charts. There we go. So, for reference sake, this here is the active players right now for Marvel Rivals. Currently playing right now is 137,000 players. This is essentially a hero shooter, team-based multiplayer shooter kind of game. It's a roller coaster of how many players are playing at any given time because of the current seasons and such. But this is about what you expect for a free, online multiplayer hero shooter style game, right? This means that you're successful. This is Highguard right now. This just came out. It has 9,000 players currently playing the game. And here's when it launched on Monday the 26th. And then here it is one day later. Literally drops like a rock. Instantly. The player base was... I don't know, like, how many numbers is this? It doesn't really tell me, I think. But you get the idea. It's like, what, around 100K? Down to 9. That is a massive drop. One of the fastest drops we've seen in years. Very similar to a game called Concord that lasted 2 weeks on the market before it was shut down and pulled. Current concurrent players all-time peak in a year for Marvel Rivals is over 6,000 players. Highguard only got about 97 in its first week. It's not looking good. I never wish bad on studios, but this is not looking great. It looks now to a point where, like I said, this game has like a year roadmap. I can see it only lasting maybe a month, if they're lucky. It's kind of insane. It's too ambitious. I mean, too ambitious, and also just releasing at a bad time for something like this, because the market's too cluttered with this specific game genre. And it's not helping that, unfortunately, it was hyped up to all belief by the hype man that doesn't really play video games, but plays every single video game, Jeff Keighley. They pushed so hard for that to be the final announcement at the Game Awards. We're going to announce this brand new game that's never been seen before. Shows Highguard, a game that's a synonym for Overwatch. So a game we have seen before. More times than we can count. And the trailer did not look impressive. It looked interesting, but nothing special. And it was the final announcement for a game show. And that did not help its press. In fact, that buried it faster than anything else. And it only got worse from there, because the game went into radio silence until it released this week. So it got a big announcement in December and didn't hear anything else for about 2 months. That's not how you release your game. So it was trouble from the very moment of being announced up to its release, and it only seemed to have gotten worse. So that's ambition / bad PR at work. Yeah, also, like, January is also a really bad month to release. Not even just games, but almost anything in general. I know, like, movies and TV shows also struggle in January. As a content creator, streaming to sites like Twitch or just releasing videos on YouTube is always a mess because the viewers are always down. January is the time where everyone's going back to school or going back to work, so people get more and more busy again. And that leaks into people's free time, which is why releases are really bad in this specific month. But when you're already in an oversaturated market, releasing in January with a product that's already hard to release normally was probably the worst call of all time. Doubly so when it's so buggy. I think it probably would have been better to delay Highguard by maybe a month or two, at least. If it released in March, I think it would have been okay. And maybe all the bugs could have been ironed out. But it had to come out in January to a resounding meh. Bad call there, guys. Bad call. Does anyone want to bet for how long that game stays online before they pull the servers and maybe unlaunch it like Splitgate 2 happened a few months back? Because my bet, like I said, is a month at most. That's being generous because they have a roadmap laid out and it's a free game. So they probably want to try to fix it up before they pull it. But I don't think they're going to have that chance. I have a very strong feeling it's going to get shut down. He's in flow state, so he's moving fast. Didn't matter. Took him out. I believe if you use Tacticooler, you will be noticed when using Ninja Squid, but I don't believe that same effect happens in the flow state. So Ninja Squid works correctly with flow state. It still hides you. Which is another thing I think some people are a little worried about with the flow state. It's just so new. I think we need some time for it to be in the game for people to really understand fully how it works, to see if it's well balanced or if it needs a tiny bit of tweaking. If anything, as I said, if it's 30 ability points worth of upgrades to your character for a short amount of time, 30 might be a little aggressive. So maybe nerfing that to 20 at most, I think could be a healthy balance. So reduce 5 to 10 points for everything. If I see a nerf coming, I think that's what they would do. I don't know if it needs a nerf yet, though. It doesn't feel like it. Nah, I barely got clipped. I mean, we're not winning this one, I feel. At this point, we're just trying to defend from the knockout. Because they are so close every time, and they're getting denied. If we at least keep it from being a knockout, we'll get something. I think there's someone still down in this corner, if I had to bet. Wouldn't matter. Well, good news, they didn't knock us out, so we'll at least get like $5 from this and some experience. But there's no way we win, because this push has got to happen immediately, and they deny it with the triple N strike, so yeah, I figured that would happen. I just didn't want to get knocked out, so we at least get something. Yeah, $5 better than 0. That's why I always say. I mean, come on, guys. You don't have $5? I don't think that streamer is still, well, streaming anymore. The one that just pressured every single viewer to give him subscriptions. Otherwise, get out of my chat. I don't even think they're streaming anymore. So that controversy really beat him in the rear end. But I always think of that when someone mentions the $5 thing, because that's like a meme that kind of lives rent-free to not be that guy. So with that said, thanks, Matt, for gifting out a sub to the community. I guess he had $5. So you're not getting banned is basically what that means. If you didn't give a sub, I'll just ban you right now. Because apparently that's what you're supposed to do as a good streamer. What do you mean that gets me on the live stream fails Reddit page? And get people very upset. Oh, that worked, man. That's the shrinking hitbox. That worked. Because I think it would have been dead if that was the 10.0 update. Although this is a really, really chaotic situation to be stuck in right now, so I gotta leave. Gotcha. Get away. Alright, I got 2 of them. Man, I got demolished the second I got into the middle, which is a bad practice to be in. Like, don't go to the middle unless you have a reason. Oh, we had a flyer. I don't even know how that counted close enough to the tower. But I guess the super jump was close enough to the tower. Alright, good call for a teammate using bubble. I'm gonna jump to the bubble. Even the bubble has the super jump nerf. That is insane. But it does balance the game out. I don't mind waiting an extra second or two to get into the battle, so it's not like it's gonna matter to me as a player because I'm impatient. And it keeps things from being too chaotic. Plus, if you don't want that nerf, take off super jump. Now you just gotta be careful where you're jumping because people will see it. It's a really healthy nerf, and it kind of puts things back into perspective for how Splatoon 1 was set up with super jumping. For at least the stealth jump stuff. It's a lot more balanced. Because super jumping in Splatoon 1 by the end of it was actually still really powerful, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, you still jump pretty slow having the perk on, so it felt like it was pretty balanced. Then going to Splatoon 2, when they revamped it, it felt the same having it on or off, so there's no point to have it off. And then the unbalanced part of it just kind of lingered for years. What was that? Was there still a missile in the air? Oh, it was a random bomb. I was gonna say, there's gotta be no missiles, right? That'd be stupid. Just barely got away. This is really messy. It was like 2 specials in one spot. I was waiting for a third. Alright, good. Then tower so we can move it. Build up my special errata because this whole area is just blue. We have to do a huge push if we even want a chance at winning. This is going to be hard. Come on, man. I got ganged up because it wasn't just the paintbrush that was hitting me. I think that's it. Sure enough, as soon as I said that, wipe out. Okay. I sell those Steam TV charts up. I'm gonna close that because that's just depressing to see someone fail that bad. Get the failure out of here. I'm gonna change up my weapon, because I've used this for a bit. What else do I have my freshest fits that could benefit? I mean, I would like to try a blaster. They didn't change range at all, right? Let me see. The blasters that were changed, I think, were... Yeah, vanilla blaster types, and then S-Blast. I'm gonna try the S-Blast because of the nerf. So I'm still using Booyah Bomb, but... it's fine. I don't think I got the right setup for this. Like, that's weaker now because of the spread of the short range. You can kind of see it. That's not the best example, but if I'm, like, barely off-center, you can see I'm barely hitting the targets to a point where I'm missing the left target. So that's a lot weaker now, which is probably for the better. But it's still a super powerful blast that can chip away at an opponent's health. So it doesn't change much to nerf it. Wow, that was within maybe 2 seconds at most. The whole team was wiped. Well, at least I'm using my comeback early. This is like kind of like I don't know why I swapped to this weapon in hindsight, because this is kind of a bad map for S-Blast. Because of all the slopes, I can barely do anything. This is better on Barnacle and Dime. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm dead. That took no time at all. I don't know what was happening to me there, because I thought I was going to get killed at first from the splashdown, but it missed. Then as soon as I got out of the corner, I was shot, so... that still went as I expected, just different order of operations. Don't think we started blasting, not even close. I got like 2 blast hits. Maybe 3 at most. Thankfully 2 of them were kills. But I barely did anything that game. So even though, like, nerf some of the shot radius of the short-range blast, it's still a 2-shot. That's why I don't really think too much has changed about it. It's just not as unfair as it used to be. Because I believe this is one of the best weapons considered right now for competitive play. So they take note of what's being used in the top level, especially because of the X-rank stuff. A lot of the weapons that get nerfed and buff, I think, is based on what's high on the leaderboards for X-rank, and then depending on some of the tournaments ran in Japan. I heard that there was a glitch they fixed because someone did it in one of the recent tournaments. I think it was for the North American Open. I think that was one of the tournaments that they took note of. In Clan Blitz, you were able to actually stand on top of the basket itself in certain maps. Now you can't, because they saw that happen in one of the tournament matches. And the devs were like, no, get off that basket. So they fixed it in 11.0. That's a fix I'm fine with, because that sounds way too broken. It was kind of like the idea of, I can't remember what the map was called, but the one that had the big bridge in it for Splatoon 2, you were able to get out of bounds and stand on top of that bridge in a very, very high up part of the map. So if you were a sniper, you were just never getting hit, and you can pick off everybody. It was way too broken. I don't know if that ever got fixed. It's not get away fast enough. But the auto bomb was just barely close enough to still kill. This guy is definitely playing for the auto bomb strat because he has 3 sub-savers on. Trying to throw as many auto bombs as possible. And I can tell because every time I turn around, there's an auto bomb on my tail. So I know who's throwing them. I had a feeling. I couldn't really move. I had no more ink. I'm not jumping in. That's dangerous. The fact that we were that close on a good push, a little disheartening because we were 1 point away from lead. I missed the burst. If I hit him with the burst, that guy would have died. That was enough damage for the burst bomb S-Blast combo, but I missed it. Dude, so many auto bombs. This is getting ridiculous. Every time I turn around, it's just an auto bomb on us. I keep on trading, too, is the big thing I'm also noticing. There you go. That's the burst bomb combo I was trying for before. It's a little dangerous to jump in. I couldn't get it out in time. For that shield to go away. And that's a bomb. Okay. Of course, the second I walk forward. Because I've noticed that's just a trend in this game. This opposing side just chucks bombs every 5 seconds. Because I've seen too many bombs to count. My flow state. I want it. Give me aura. My aura saved me. It painted my feet. Now can someone else get on the tower? For the love of God, help! Thank you. I'm the aggressor. I can't be on the tower. And I was trying to get off so I get on the other side. GG's. Man, I hate that so much when I'm the Slayer weapon and no one's on the tower and there's a clear path to the tower and nobody gets on it. It's like, you're not asking the blaster to ride this whole thing. There's no way. Literally anybody else is better than this role. Why are you picking the blaster? Trying to see what's faster. Shot and burst bomb or burst bomb and shot? I think it's shot and burst bomb's more reliable. Because I keep on throwing over people's heads. But that is faster to hit burst first. To be fair, I wasn't paying attention to how many intensify actions I have on this, but at the same time, more intensify the better for a blaster. I don't even think I have enough time to check via the Switch app. If I hurry, maybe, but the Switch app alone takes 5 years to load, which does not help. Like, everything about the app just feels more and more sluggish as years go on, which is funny because the app has almost nothing in it, but it still feels bloated. Am I the only one that feels that with the Switch Online app stuff on Android and iPhone? Because, like I say, it's feeling worse as years gone on for a delay. Okay, I have 2 Intensify Action on the hat. That should be enough for just sub-saving. I'm dead, aren't I? Yeah. People here is flow states, too. The feel when you're having a blaster battle and you run out of ink. That basically right there is just bring up the white flag. You lost. Nice. It's that burst bomb helped kill. Alright, well we traded, so there's something. I was one away from my flow state activating. Dude, every time I want to do something, there's a pixel of ink. It's like my curse in this franchise. Alright, Henry's in a really good spot to jump to. Yeah, that's right. I can shoot, I think. Proceeds to not be able to move. Blasters do feel like, of all the weapons, they might be one of the better weapons to take advantage of this new flow state. Because of how much chip damage they do with just their AoE damage. Man, I keep getting chased by the blaster. I'm not blasted by blaster. That's about right. It's doing really good there, too, so I was hoping maybe I could push him back enough so we can start pushing. Oh, Dynamo! The worst place to run into that. Dude, again! I keep on getting outblasted by Blaster. I know he's still there. Where was everybody? Hello? Come on. Clear opening over here. Nobody jumped in the middle when there's 5 seconds on the clock. I don't understand, man. What is happening with our teammates? That's the second game in a row I got a question where people were at the very end. Alright, let me change up the weapon here, because this is working, but the maps are not doing me any favors. What's another one I want to try based on some of the changes? I mean, I'm not ready for roller just yet, so probably hold off on that. Maybe one of the umbrellas? And if I do that, it would be Sorella umbrella. This might be a little much, but I don't really have anything else built for umbrella, so I'm just gonna go with my preset. Because you want run speed on this. These got a little bit of an ink efficiency buff, which is good, because I always just thought the umbrellas just took up a tiny bit too much ink in this, so it's not enough to make a big difference, but enough for you just to feel like you can shoot for a little bit longer. Which also helps when you need to deploy the shield. You have a little bit more ink in your tank, so you can hold it out for longer. It still takes almost half a tank just to deploy the shield, but it's still a decent amount better, I would say. Because how much was it? They increased... Yeah, they reduced the amount of ink consumed by 9%. So you have roughly 9% more ink in your tank now when shooting. That's pretty good. Yeah, I noticed that's a lot. I don't know what rank people do this more in, but I noticed that's a lot in the lower ranks where a lot of people are just scared to touch the tower, so no one's near it. And it's like you gotta have someone near the tower at all times. You don't have to necessarily be on the tower at all times, but you need to be near it, keep it in your peripheral vision, so you can be ready to defend. Because see right there, our tower's good, I don't have to be on it, but I'm near it, so I know what's going on. That's why this weapon's so much fun to use with the inkjet. I landed and I could have got killed right there, but I had a shield. And then I die through the shield, so not everything is fixed about these weapons over the years. Brella's still Brella, aka kind of a mess online. Like, over the past year, this weapon's gotten a lot better when it comes to the netcode issues, and there's still netcode issues, so you can only fix so much. The big fix for Brella that can finally fix all the netcode issues is release a game that's not on the Switch 1. I think that will finally fix it. Because that will help when it comes to the netcode stuff. To give the system just a better network chip. I don't know, man. Until we get a Splatoon 4, let's say, Brella's gonna have netcode issues until the day it's retired. That's what it feels like. Jeez, man. Oh, he's like one decent hit away. Nice, I helped out. This is a really bad spot to use Jet, because I'm in line with everyone's weapons on this part of Flounder. So I need to get a little bit more height, and I'm not getting it on the slopes. I'm happy for Dynamo players, though. Like, I'm just seeing now this weapon just feels a lot better to use, and a lot of people are super excited about that. Dynamo fans are eating really good with this patch. I was trying to bump him with the shield, but couldn't get it. That would have been funny, but nah. Got him. Barely. Oh man, I was so close to touching the tower. If I was able to get on it, I might have had enough time to pop Jet and fly, but there's no guarantee. Good auto bomb. Shield didn't come out in time. If it came out faster. Alright, tower's cleared at least. Oh, barely. He barely clipped me. At least I took him out at the same time. That's a GG's there. I think I'm so far starting to break even by the end of this rotation, which isn't the end of the world, but that is also not ideal. It's a rough tower, because a lot of people are still getting used to the newer mechanics added in the game with the health bar and the flow state. I think that's also a big difference, too. People are still getting used to it. I don't think you've even been #1 score booster so many times in tower. Man, that's really just showing how this is going today, if that's the case. Because I haven't gotten that once myself yet. But mind you, my weapons aren't tailored to sitting on tower for too long. If I play maybe like a Splatling, I would be on the tower for a lot of it. But I'm not playing Splatlings right now. The most I've gotten is maybe overall Splatter, depending on the match. So yeah, you're not the weapon type to be on the tower ever, either. Like, for yourself, Ethan, as a duelie, you're just like me half the time with the weapons I'm picking. You're a Slayer, so you're never supposed to be on objective. You're supposed to help push it. So the fact you're on objective most of the time is concerning. It's like, what is the rest of our squad doing? Too much chaos there. Wouldn't have really helped if I had my shield ready. Good. Alright, at least they were defeated before I splatted. Man, this is getting real rough. I mean, I'm already seeing how this is ending in another 5 seconds, if anything, here. Because they were right at the edge. The problem with this map for Tower, and unfortunately it's not really been fixed, even with the redesign. Once you're in this final path, from the last checkpoint to the ending, you don't have much left on the map. And once you're in the enemy base, you kind of stay there. And that's exactly what just happened. So, yeah, really fast ending. Not surprised. That's how it goes in Barnacle and Dime. I know I only have one more game left, but I think I should probably swap to maybe a Splatling myself, because it seems like nobody understands how to be on a tower. So I probably need to be a weapon that's on the tower. It's kind of annoying. But it is what it is. I'll go with this setup. This should be fine. Alright, this might be our last game of tower control before the mode swaps around. I don't know how much of clans I want to play. Maybe a little bit, and then we play some Turf War for the rest of the night. We'll see. I mean, hey, if we do end up doing a little bit of clamps here in a bit, Ink Brush does work for Clam Blitz, so if you decide to change weapons, Ethan, that's a pretty decent mode for it. Oh, that's bad. And then I got instantly destroyed, so what hit me? S-Blast, that makes sense. I didn't even say to shock him out, so I wasn't sure what hit me. Okay, that was a really good bomb. I'll give that guy credit. I keep on running into danger. I probably don't want to super jump for a hot minute. S-Blast behind us. That's really dangerous. And the E-Leader's pretty good with their sniping. I'm surprised they're using Ninja Squid, though, with that. I mean, it's the scoped version, so you're not doing charge swimming, but you still don't really need Ninja Squid on a sniper. Alright, see, you can leave. I got this. Well, we need one of us here. Go. Leave. That's telling him to leave. You can leave, buddy. The one time! The one time, man! This is the one time you're supposed to leave the tower, and you're just like... I'm gonna sit. Well, you can leave now. We win. Get off. I did more work than the undercover. I don't know why the heck he was still there. I think guy just didn't want to play anymore. But he still wanted to push. I mean, thanks. I guess he kind of helped, but it didn't matter. I got all the pushing at the end because I killed the whole squad. All right, now this is definitely our last game of Tower because I wasn't expecting that to be a win that fast. Okay, that's something for Legends EA. Now, it's still dumb. You have to do online to get it, but you can get the Kalos Starter Mega Stones by doing one online match and coming in second. Yeah, that is kind of stupid. That you have to play online in general just to get the stones. So that complicates things if you want a full dex if you don't have online access. I mean, it sounds easy enough. So good to know you can just come in second to get the stones, which is fine. But that's also kind of weird. Does that also count if you're doing a friend match, or is that just online quick play, like against randoms? Because if you can do that with friends, it's easier because you can just grind it out between each other. You take the fall this match, I take the fall the next, and you both hit your stones. But at the same time, it is also still stupid. Dewey doing Dewey things, more than 11. Yeah, that was an unfortunate matchup. It's fine longer than I expected, though, so that was fine. Okay, good. Our duelie's retreating, as it should be during a chaotic moment like that. That was supposed to go on the floor of the tower, but alright, I guess it's spreading the sides. I couldn't even see where that player was anymore because the camera was horrendous there. So that was kind of lucky. I need ink, though. I need to jump off because I'm almost surely going to die if I stay on the tower any longer with no ink. Keep on hitting the thing, side of the pole. Get wrecked. That was an assist. I thought I surely got him with 4 shots. Watch out! It lasted a lot longer over there than I was expecting. Our dualies were doing good. Oh, crap. Bad timing. That's a really bad time for the slosher to come over. Another one jumping in. Stay still. Jeez, man. It's like trying to swat like a fast spider. And I was one away from keeping my flow state going. Flow state, I don't know how useful that's going to be for me as a splat lane right now. But if I can get it, that'd be nice. This is such a weird matchup right now. Going back and forth as a close range, and I'm surviving for much longer than I should. Nice. Nope. Bad. Watch it. Okay, that was super close. Because if they were on the tower for any longer, that overtime would have lasted all of 3 seconds. And they would have won. So that was super close to being a loss. GG's. I noticed, though, as soon as I swapped over to a splat lane, we were doing way better in tower control for, like, what, the 2 games we played? Because both games I swapped, we won. I was on the tower for a lot of these games, which helped. And our teammates didn't have to worry about not knowing what to do with tower control, it seems like. So that was probably the play from minute 1. Learning my lesson. Alright, so now it's Clam Blitz and Open. And then, what was it, Splat Zones in solo queue? Yeah, it's solo queue for Splat Zones. Alright. So, I'm going to use this opportunity to get up and take a break myself. You go enjoy your dinner, Ethan. We'll see you in a bit. So, I'm going to start a Anarchy series in zones. But before I do that, I'm going to take a quick break here and get up and stretch. So when we come back, we're playing some more Splatoon 3, seeing how much more we can aura farm in this new update. Now in our next Anarchy battle mode, zones. Stay tuned, be back here in just a few minutes. Alright, we're back, ready to go ahead and play ourselves our next ranked game of the night. I'm going to go ahead and start an Anarchy series here, see how well we do. Undertow Spillway, Robo-Robum, never say that map correctly. Ramen map is what we all call it. So if it's zones, now we want to pick things that work a little bit better for zones, and I'm going with my tried and true Nautilus 79. Let's go ahead and do this. It's between this and the standard Nautilus with Inkstorm. But I'm going to just start with 79 first. But, guess I should probably just talk about a little bit of the update as a whole, just to kind of give some thoughts about some of the newer things now that we played about 2 hours of the game with some of the changes. I do think the flow state really does help this game's overall, well, for lack of a better term, flow. It helps for the more aggressive weapons. It rewards them for being aggressive. And the point of Splatoon is not to kill your opponents, but it helps in basically every game mode. So now you're rewarded if you're a Slayer weapon to go out and slay more. I don't know if they're going to have to tweak the abilities to it, because I'm feeling a big buff, but not too much that makes it game-breaking. It's the same as using Tacticooler, and that's also had a lot of discussion over the past 3 years for how that specifically feels a little too broken. And they haven't adjusted the values for how many different perks you get from that. It's still 30 ability points of everything in the special as well. So, I don't know what they're going to do about it, but I think if it's left alone, it should be okay. But again, this is only like day one. My thoughts can change easily from there. I hear a lot of contention about the flow state only because of how it's very powerful. And a lot of people have mixed feelings about Tacticooler still. So it's kind of the same argument. Health bars are fantastic. I'm loving the health bars now. They still look a little out of place to me, kind of like it was a mod added to the game from like a third party, not from Nintendo themselves. But it's something that, at least visually, it will start to grow on me. In terms of actual usefulness, it is amazing. Never get rid of the health bars. That legitimately changes so much, and it makes the game so much better for it. It's going to help for commentators, too, when they're commentating over tournaments now, because now you can tell how much health each player has, so you can easily say how much this player is going to do in a game, or how much more time before the specific person gets splatted. So it's going to help for commentators as well to help commentate in tournaments. And the super jump nerf is very much needed. That's helping the balancing for super jump, because it's been super powerful to combine with stealth jumping. So slowing down stealth jump, I'm fine with that. Okay, he was one away, but he's getting too far away. See, that's nice. I can tell now when that Rapid Blaster was one hit away from death because of the health bar. I'm not just guessing. A lot of the times before with the health bar not being in the game, I had to guess. And that guess didn't really feel the most accurate at the time. I gotta get away. See, I was one hit away from death from that blaster, and sure enough, I got clipped. Man, I hate that. Someone jumps in front of me, but I'm doing so much damage, I just didn't do enough. I don't know why he didn't jump away. That guy kind of solidified his own death. Alright, give me that flow. Gotta remember now the objective change, because I gotta still paint these zones. We have a lot of points we need, so it's gonna be a little difficult to win this game if we don't keep this zone for the remainder of it. Doing a good job of that so far, though. But now, there's not as many of us in the field, so the opposing side has the chance to come back. Okay, and then we get the wipe, so GG's. Never mind. Don't have to worry about this game being a problem anymore. That's fine. I don't care if I get splatted, because that's a win. And we take the wins. But I think with this new update, like, there's a lot that's changed about the game. Mind you, it's still the same game at the heart. But I feel like it has new life in it. I might start playing this again a little bit more in my downtime. And just kind of grind out a little bit here and there when I'm just wanting to play something real quick. One thing I do appreciate is that while this game is on the Switch 2's like enhanced list, so it gets better visuals and better loading times, you're not really missing out too much if you play on Switch 1. And I've already kind of played a little bit between Switch 1 and Switch 2 with Splatoon 3 if I just want to keep this game in one system docked. So I don't have to like take out my cartridge all the time because I'm using a physical copy. So I just leave this in one of my older Switches if I just want to play the game on the TV for a few minutes. And it's worked out for, even though the Switch 1 is a downgrade on visuals and some areas on loading too, it's not really that big of a difference. So I sometimes just popped it in my Switch 1s just for convenience sake. Because I don't have to keep on swapping cartridges, as mentioned before. That's the only problem I have with physical media still. If I want to play certain multiplayer games, you're flip-flopping the cartridges out all the time, which is a little bit too much. It's a lot of wear and tear. So sometimes I'll just leave a game in one system if it's just mainly that game that's being played on the system. I've done that for a few years with Ring Fit Adventure. I just left that in my old Switch. So I've been using that as a workout machine for a lot of its lifespan after I got the Switch OLED. And speaking of that system, I kind of need to repurpose that too, because it's still a fantastic system for handheld stuff, but I haven't really played too much on it since I got the Switch 2. Just pretty much every game I want to play is better on Switch 2, so why would I go backwards? I don't know, if people in chat, like if you have a Switch 2 yourself, have you ever seen yourself even going back to your Switch 1 since you got it? And if so, for what kind of games? For me, if it's anything to go back to that system now, it's definitely something lighter. So, obviously the Splatoon games aren't that bad on it. Something small on the indie side, like with, say, Sonic Mania or Hollow Knight, like those games run perfectly fine. So something small like that. But I haven't been playing games like that as of late on my Switch. I've mainly playing my Steam Deck for handheld stuff, trying to catch up some backlog. Yep, I'd seen that coming a mile away, but it's always funny. Even though I'm the one that dies with the hammer, I still laugh. Yeah, you finished the game on Switch 1 before you got the 2. So, yeah, that was the question I had. And it sounds like it's kind of the same situation as me then, for your sake, Matt. Since you got your Switch 2, you've just been playing the Switch 2. But before that, you went backwards. Like, because you guys had a Switch 2 in your household, but you were still mainly using your Switch 1 because you're still playing stuff on it. And you just didn't want to keep on flip-flopping systems, which I completely understand. And that's just how I feel right now with the Switch 2. I just don't want to keep on flip-flopping back to 1. I play my system mostly in dock, so that's another reason why I just keep on going back to 2. Because it just has so many benefits in dock play. There you go, 2 hits away. Pretty easy to hit him. He wasn't paying attention, it seemed like. Aw, man, that's bad. Didn't realize the whole team was gonna get wiped there in an instant. Come on, he's a good hit away. At least I got the guy. So wall string's out, but we gotta get those zones. It's a very back and forth game right now. So this can go any direction. That's what's scary right now for us. I'm gonna have to use this. Good call, because I took 2 people out. I didn't want to use my splashdown that early. It kind of felt like a waste, but if I take 2 people out, it's not a waste. This is very close right now. We need an overtime. I can see that being the only way we win. So it's going to be coming down to the wire. I really need more ink. But I have a Kraken on me. This is really getting chaotic. It's not great, not great. No, I knew it. I saw that happening because we only have 1 guy left. Ah, man. Well, that was good. Maybe I should swap to the other version of Not. Actually, no. Don't stick with Team, because then I can swap weapons. That's like the one thing I still wish they would let us do in series. They let you change your weapons in between games in X-Rank. So that's why I'm like, why can't we just do that in series? And that's still not the case in series, so it's kind of weird and stupid. Where was the hat I used to use? There's another run-up. Yeah, here we go. Oh. Accidentally hit B instead of A. And unfortunately, it's like the furthest menu over. Thank you. Jeez. The only problem with this kit is it doesn't have a bomb, so that's why I just mainly focus on mobility. Because point sensor, while useful, a little more situational. But Ink Storm's better for zones. Splashdown's been hit or miss for me in the road, in like spot zones in particular. That map is kind of hit or miss for how well Splashdown even works to begin with because of the ceilings. But, no, I kind of want to bring this up in conversation, too. No, because we got the big 11 update that changes some multiplayer mechanics. There's still work being done on Splatoon 3 after 3 years. The game has got a visual overhaul for Switch 2, upgrading some of the visuals and such. But there was a rumored listing that happened. I can't remember where it was. It was an overseas country. I can't remember which. But there's a listing for Switch 2 editions of games. And Splatoon 3 was one of them. Strangely enough, also Pikmin 3 Deluxe was another one of those games in the listings. I actually would be very curious to see if they would even do a Switch 2 edition of Splatoon 3 at this point, because it doesn't really feel like that's the best idea. That makes sense. The game got a Switch 2 upgrade, so it doesn't need any more visual overhaul. In terms of new content, they're already... Oh, well, this is gonna last all 3 seconds. In terms of visual content, there's... like, multiplayer content has been, like, added. Excuse me. They don't need to do any more single-player content. The game's pretty packed on that with its DLC. So that's why I would wonder what's the point. But I also said that for Mario Wonder, because the game was pretty feature-rich to begin with, got a Switch 2 upgrade for visuals, and now it's getting a Switch 2 edition in March. And a lot of people were mixed about the Switch 2 edition even being a thing, because a lot of people were kind of concerned there's not enough content there for the $20 asking price, which is kind of the problem for most Switch 2 editions, if I have to be honest. I haven't played a single Switch 2 edition I think is worth the price. And I really like Kirby and Forgotten Lands Switch 2 edition, because that was a fantastic thing of DLC, and I still think $20 was too much. That should have been $10. Because of what they put in the game, it was about a $10 DLC, not 20. So I don't personally want a Switch 2 edition of this game. I just want to see what's happening with Splatoon Raiders. We got that announced in the summer of last year. Radio silence since. So it's been over 6 months of nothing. And we know that spinoff has to be coming sometime soon. It apparently got rated last year, so we thought it was coming out maybe by the holiday season, and then we just saw nothing. So if anything, I hope that rumor for the Switch 2 edition of this game is just that, a rumor, and doesn't actually really go any further than that, because I don't think this needs a proper, like, retailed listing once again. It's more than packed as it is. And the Switch 2 upgrade, along with, like, visuals and loading, is enough. Like, we don't need any more. At least that's how I feel personally. I just want to see Splatoon Raiders. I want to see the series continue and not just kind of stay in the same spot, but update this game's multiplayer. The multiplayer is the thing I want to see more improvements on. I don't need to see any more single-player content on this, because I want new games in the franchise, not the same game 3 more times. I don't know if other people feel the same way or not. I haven't heard many people ask for a Switch 2 edition of this. I've seen people ask for updates for the multiplayer in this game, but that's not necessarily meaning they need a paid upgrade for it. They just want to see the game still get worked on. Because I'm probably going to end up getting the Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition because I want to play the new content, but it's like, I don't want to keep on buying $20 upgrades to all my Switch 1 games. It kind of feels like we're back in the Wii U to Switch era, where they just ported most of their games. And it kind of feels like we're doing that again with the Switch 2, and I'm not really wanting to see that continue after a certain point. Because I feel like we got enough. Also, I don't need games that have a laundry list title that is so long it can't fit on the box anymore. So they gotta make more additions to the art for the box. It's getting pretty stupid. The Switch 2 editions of games look terrible with their box art, because it's a run-on sentence title. Yeah, that was a very fast game. Well, I don't know, swapping to this Nautilus was a great idea so far, because I've been doing terrible. Speaking of rumor stuff, I heard actually just today, Nintendo had to squash some of that. Because Walmart accidentally leaked a GameCube Switch Online library that didn't make any sense. Because in the listing, they showed Pikmin 2 and Metroid Prime 2. And it seemed like just today, Nintendo issued a statement saying, we told Walmart to take that down as it was not a list of games we were planning to release as of yet. Or something along those wording. I call foul on the we're not releasing yet thing for probably Pikmin 2. Because a lot of people saw that rumor, myself included, and immediately thought that's a weird misprint. Or just bait of some kind to get people engaged on like social media posts. Because something about that seems very off. Metroid Prime 2 I can see coming to the GameCube Online service, but I cannot see Pikmin 2. We already have Pikmin 2 on the Switch. I mean, look, it's right there. So why would you put the game on the Switch again via GameCube NSO? It doesn't really make any sense. Not to mention, the GameCube version would be the original GameCube release. Whatever the latest release was at the time, which would have been maybe a player's choice version. So it would have some updates for bug fixes, but it would still have the licensed products. So they would need to put the Switch version on GameCube NSO, but that's not the same game anymore. It's a complicated mess. Nintendo would not put the original game on NSO because of licensing issues. They would have to pay for all of the original Treasure licensing, because they had a lot of brands in there, like Mountain Dew, Jif Peanut Butter, I believe. Well, no, Skippy Peanut Butter, I think it was. The Duracell batteries. Like, there was a lot of different brands in the game that they would have to pay for, and that's not happening, because that's a very, very expensive thing. When they don't need to do that. And they can't just put a modified ROM probably on the NSO. They just don't have one, probably. They would have to readapt the Switch version again for that. And I don't think Nintendo's wanting to, instead of just releasing the game on the Switch. Which they've done. I don't know. When I saw that listing, I saw Pikmin 2, I'm like, no. I think this is just false. Something about this listing is immediately a red flag, and then you see Pikmin 2 in it. Metroid Prime 2 I can see happening, but why would they put Prime 2 on before Prime 1? Even though that got a remaster, they would still put Prime 1 original on GameCube NSO. And that's not a problem for them licensing-wise. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, to wrap up that thought, I saw that leak from Walmart, and I immediately thought it was wrong, and sure enough, Nintendo already had to squash it. They're saying things that make people think that actually could have been an actual leak, and Walmart has leaked information before that has become true, so it could actually be something that could happen, but I have my doubts because of the game listing. Pikmin 2 being on there is the red flag for me. Just a lot of the rumors we see, like with the Switch 2 editions for certain games, like Splatoon 3 and Pikmin 3, and then the GameCube NSO one. I'm seeing a lot of rumored stuff that really doesn't add up in my head. Because Splatoon 3 is a little bit of a weird one. It's like, why would we get a Switch 2 edition before Splatoon Raiders? That feels like the next actual release they want to push for. While just updating this game to keep it alive. And that is a perfect thing, because they're still selling it, to put alongside of Raiders on the shelf. It wouldn't make any sense, I think, to get a Switch 2 edition when they just upgraded the game's visuals and are still putting the work on the multiplayer side. They were better off just make the standalone game that they're working on now. And then I'm just like, why would we do a Switch 2 edition of Pikmin 3 before 4? Like, I'm sorry, man. But Pikmin 4 needs some Switch 2 love. Because the game got a free update last year, but it didn't do anything to the game's overall visual or loading, which it desperately needed for Switch 2. The game still loads super slow. And that is something that can be fixed with a Switch 2 version, whether it be like a full-on retail release or just a free update, which I think a free update's the better route for most games. Oh, that was close. Nice. Give me that flow state. Got my ore. And I immediately run to a bomb, so rip aura. That did not take long. We might actually win this here in a second. Thankfully, it didn't matter. I died there because I got the soda. So I'm coming right back, and we got the zone back. If we just keep it painted, GG's. There you go. That's what we want to see. Man, I just talked about it. I just want to hear news about Raiders soon. Like, I think that's the only game so far that's been announced that I'm looking forward to for this year in particular. Because so far, 2026 is kind of a slower year for gaming. Which, after the big year that was last year for a lot of different games, that's perfectly okay to have a little bit of a slower one. But I do feel like we should probably have more announcements by now. We did get a Tomodachi Life direct today, from what I understand. I have no interest in the game myself. It seems like people are pretty excited for it, which is good. Although, there was one bit of news that came out after the direct that immediately put people's expectations in check and disappointed most people. Apparently, you can't share the Miis that you're making in the game itself online, which is kind of the point of Tomodachi Life, is to share your creations. You can only share stuff locally. So, immediately that soured a lot of people's moods on Tomodachi, which is unfortunate. It's Nintendo we're talking about here. It's like, I'm not surprised something like that happened, because it's like, even though they're getting better with online stuff, they're still afraid to fully embrace it. I think the theory is they don't want to deal with a lot of controversial Miis, or maybe Miis that could be made from like copyrighted characters, and they're not wanting to deal with that in the online space to enforce it. But also, isn't the point of Tomodachi Life to share your creations with people? And that's what was going on with the 3DS game. You couldn't share your stuff online, but you shared with QR codes. So you were still able to share your stuff online by just sharing the QR code itself. So, I don't know, man. Like, that's kind of weird to me. Like, it's like, imagine if you're playing the newest Animal Crossing, and you can only visit people's islands if you're in the same physical space as that person. That would have immediately made the game way worse on sales, because nobody would be able to actually play with their friends if they didn't live in, like, the same household. Which, like, that's becoming more and more common for people to play games online compared to in person. So that was just kind of a weird thing I read today from that direct. Like I say, that's Nintendo's like one step forward, two steps backwards on mentality for modernization. They're still afraid to fully embrace online. Which is funny, because I think it's happened the same week where Kirby Air Riders got a massive upgrade. Like, they did a pretty big thing for that game with its latest update, adding game share to it, which might sound redundant, but it's online game share. So it's like one of, like, what, 5 games on the Switch 2 that supports game share online? Because all the games that support game share, a good majority of them do not support that online. Which is very weird, but at least Kirby Air Riders is not in that list. And that helps if you're playing some of the local-only modes, in particular, like stuff you can't really play online. Now you can play them online with game share. So it's like, I swear, some people in Nintendo get the online stuff right, and other people don't. Maybe one day they'll fully embrace it, and like all their studios will embrace online components to its fullest capability. Which is not today. What clipped me? Is that a bomb? Oh, just the dread. Okay. Now it's going to be really hard to push into mid because of... Honestly, we don't really have a great weapon spread. We have 2 Dynamo Rollers, so I'm glad people are excited that Dynamo has gotten a big buff, but I don't want 2 in my lobby, let alone 2 in my same team. That's a little redundant for my sake to have 2 of the same weapon. It's better, but I don't know if it's prime time for double use yet. That's some really good knowledge. One thing I miss about having point sensor on my weapon is just getting that knowledge sometimes in games. Ah, man, I didn't want to fall yet. I wanted the tactical lord. As soon as I was falling, the guy threw the bomb. I was like, ah, crap. Now I'm the only... Yeah, that's the only guy in the middle, so this is going to be a little scary. That one mistake actually cost us the push we were having there. Where'd you go? There you go. I was like, what happened there? Fine. I have soda, so I'm right back into the action. As soon as I say that, I landed next to the reef slider, so that was the worst jump point. If only I knew in hindsight. Now we gotta take that back. That set of zones, a little dangerous right now. Watch out for the sploosh in the back. Okay, they got him, good. But there's only one in the middle. It's a back and forth to keep the zone covered. Alright, good. That was enough. So, even though the guy couldn't take the zones, he defended enough of the individuals that the other teams couldn't take it back. Because the other team couldn't take the zone back at all, the overtime ended. But that was scary. But we're good. Making up for how those 2 losses in a row kind of dragged me down, kind of making my series a little scary, but we're fine now. Still worried, a little worried having this specific team, but I have a little more confidence with how that ended. And plus, one of them left, so that's perfect. And it's the Dynamo I honestly didn't want to have on my team anymore. It's like, not to say they're a bad player, no, I just don't want the gold Dynamo compared to the regular. As that's the better of the 2 kits, and we're really getting to take advantage of the Tacticooler. So out of the 2, that's the one I want to stay. Oh man, but though, what a week this has been. Like, this has been a fun week returning back to streaming. With how chaotic things have been in January for me, it's kind of fitting that coming back to streaming has also been equally as chaotic. As funny as that is, because it hasn't been a great week, honestly. It's been very stressful with all these tech issues. But I've still, even though dealing with stuff here and there, I've been enjoying the streams in general. I'm just glad to see that people have enjoyed seeing the stuff come back. I got a lot of plans for 26, but as I mentioned, I think it was Tuesday when I was playing the Banjo-Kazooie stuff. I got a lot of plans, but I'm also not going to stress myself out too much about trying to stick to very specific projects on my schedule. Like, I'm going to stick to the schedule, don't get me wrong on that. Because that's what keeps people coming back, is that sense of that familiarity, excuse me, and that consistency. I'll get back to that point once I'm not dying. Easier said than done. So, yeah, no, I'm still going to be obviously doing my normal schedule stuff, but at the same time, I'm not going to be, like, super worried if I can't think of something to put on the schedule for the week, because then that's when I can just start playing more casual stuff, because Tuesday's like sampling day of just playing a bunch of different things. That was a lot of fun, and we did something similar at the end of last year with a bunch of demos. I kind of want to do a little bit more of that this year as well. because I'm starting to back off of just doing a lot of first playthroughs, as I mentioned, from last year, and I'm still sticking with that, but doing more sampling of games for, like, first impressions. And that's been really helping. And I'm probably going to try to push that even more this year if I can't fill out a day at times. Those are days I'm definitely going to just want to sample stuff. Or just play multiplayer. As I mentioned also, I want to try to do at least maybe 1 or 2 multiplayer sessions a month if I can get to it. No full-on promises if that's like a guarantee. It will always depend. But we didn't get to play as many multiplayer things last year as I would have liked at times. And I'm trying to change that for 26. Hey Kira, how you doing? Yeah, so far the update's good. The float state stuff, it has made a pretty big difference on just how the game is played. Making things feel a lot better if you are a Slayer weapon. It just feels a lot more rewarding to have those perk upgrades. But it doesn't really break the game, in my opinion. And all the balance changes with the health bars. Like, it's been a solid update. If you're on the fence, if you wanted to play Splatoon 3 or not, you had some interest, I think this update does a lot of stuff that really helped keep the game fresh and alive, that if you had any interest in playing the game, this is probably the update that is gonna bring people in. That's how I feel about it, at least. Doesn't really matter if they get the point, because we have so much of a lead that we're going to win this regardless if it's a KO or not. So we just keep up that push, and we're fine. Nice. So see, I got a flow state there, and I keep it after I die, so you get to see a little bit of how this works. I move a lot faster because I'm getting swim speed up, run speed up. I get a little bit of intensify action and ink resistance. So I get 4 different perks, which is a pretty big buff. It's kind of like a Tat Cooler. Feels good. Fortunately, I missed my last shot there, so I got splatted. I'm getting a little worried now. But we're coming down to the wire here. Just keep it painted. I'm just kind of getting worried that they're having a better push near the end. And that's... I've seen games where we have a massive lead and I still see it ending in a loss. So, there's no guarantee. You can't sleep here. You have to still put in that effort and not just kind of tone out the game at this point. But we're good. We got the knockout. But no, going back to your comment a little bit there, Kira, I do feel like some of the stuff they added in this update, like with the flow state and the health bars, that does kind of feel like they're testing the waters for what could work for an eventual Splatoon 4. Because they did this near the end of Splatoon 2's life, when they combined the bomb defense and the cold-blooded abilities in the 1, and then introduced main power-up. They did that 2 years after the game was released, and the theory was the devs added those abilities in particular and just balance changed a lot of stuff that many years after Splatoon 2 was out to see what could have worked for an eventual Splatoon 3. And what things they may not work and end up cutting, like with the main power-up. So, I feel like a lot of this is also kind of testing the waters too. Because Splatoon Raiders, I don't think, is going to have any multiplayer elements. Which, if that's the case, it would be the first game in the franchise to not have anything multiplayer focused. Splatoon Raiders just feels like it's supposed to be a single-player focused thing because of it being a spin-off. And if that's the case, then these changes made here shouldn't really affect 4, outside of the health bars, maybe. Let's say, can we get that little chunk that's left? Thank you. I haven't noticed too much about the hitbox thing. It does feel like it's easier to hit people now on the ground if they're in their human form. I just haven't felt much of a difference yet in the squid form, because I always had a hard time hitting people in squid form to begin with. That's the one thing I have heard a lot of people praise, though, about the game. It just does feel a lot easier now to hit people. It doesn't feel like your shots miss all the time. Dude, you're so close. Now, so far. Get the dually. Now they're half health, but they got flow. I will say, something like the flow state, it does kind of feel like that's something Splatoon has needed for many years, because you think of games like Call of Duty, and you do get kill streaks in those. And you get rewarded for the kill streaks. Like, the more kills you have, the more abilities you start unlocking as a player. So you're encouraged to go on a killing spree at that point. So you can get things like UAVs and such. Nice, got stuck. Let's go. So it kind of felt like, you know, other shooters have perk upgrades to your character the more you're playing the game and getting better at it. So, kind of natural that this game gets something like that, too. And it only activates once you get your third kill in a row, so it isn't something that's super free to get. I've only gotten the flow state a handful of times tonight. There we go. Now I got it. Let's go. Let's go. Aura farming. Aura farming. Aura farming. Let's go. And then I immediately die. But hey, that's still social media bait. Just post that and just go order, because you already know what people are going to say when they're posting. I know I've already heard the JoJo jokes for the aura. And I don't even watch the show, so that's saying something. I already know what exactly people are meaning with that. I don't know, it's been on the watch list. Just haven't gotten to it. Okay, got the trade. We gotta be really careful. We're getting close to the wire here, and we still have another almost 10 points to score the bank up here. We got a 9-point deficit. We gotta really push for this. There's one away. Come on, just a little bit more. There's our control. Why can't I get that? Thank you. I'm next to the stupid canister. I don't know why I couldn't grab. I have the soda, so we're coming right back. But we need to get that point and keep it. This is going to be really, really stressful. I say as we lose. Okay, so it's not as stressful anymore. The stress averted. Alright, but that's the end of the series. To be fair, I was 4 out of 5 wins, and I was, one loss away also. So no matter what, this was my last game in the series. This is my 8th game, so. We lost to Goon. Not surprising. Hey, welcome back, Ethan. Yeah, that was Splat Zones. I just got done finishing a series. Oh, sorry, that was my 7th game. At least I made out. 279. And how much was it to pay in? Oh, I got a freshness ranking. I got 6 stars, baby. It's only 4 more to go, which is gonna take a hot minute. So 170. So I said 279. That was 109 points. So still a profit. Not by much, but hey, it's a profit. Oh, that was the thing from earlier for the tower control. I was like, what is this? I didn't think I got anything for 6-star, but all I should get is like a badge. Yeah, see, the 6-star Nautilus user. And that's actually not that far away from going to 7. I know 100,000 points sounds like a lot, and it is, but it's still kind of close in comparison to what you really think. Alright, but now I'm going to open up the lobby again at this point. Now I finished my series. Oh, good. I got gray. Everyone's favorite color. No one? I don't know. Someone's got like gray, but not a banner color I would prefer. Alright, so I guess now the question is, do we even want to bother with Clan Blitz, or do we want to do a turf war? I guess it's a viewer call on that one. Because to me, it doesn't really matter which, obviously. Because I'm still going to farm that aura. No clue. I think we'll start, I guess, for a little bit. If we want to just play a little bit of clans, so we feel kind of just with it, we can go to turf. Because I usually lean more towards the ranked games, because I play so much turf war with the events that I just prefer to play the ranked games any other time. Even if it is Clan Blitz, I know, it's just kind of the meme mode, but even that, I still would prefer to play compared to turf at times. At least when it's an open. Series, I start leaning away from it. But after this stream, thankfully it's not that bad for me to get the VOD stuff taken care of anymore. Because of just, I already got the uploads done just like in a few minutes last night. I still gotta get their thumbnails. But after that, I gotta get to work for next week. Because next week's the big 15 years. Which puts gray hair on me the more I think about how old my YouTube channel is and how long I've been doing this stuff to begin with. The other day, I'm going to talk about when I do my 15-year anniversary video that will be going up next Thursday. That's when it happens. But I got reminded the other day that my channel turned 16 years old. It's like, oh dear God, I made that when I was 16 years old. I've had my YouTube channel for half my life. Oh, time really hits you hard once you realize that you've been doing something for that long. And I'm still going strong, because I pretty much want to still do this stuff, like the streams, making videos, until I pretty much can't anymore. Whether it be because the interest is no longer there, or I have no more interest in it, or literally I just can't do this because the platforms themselves are just no longer. So, the fact that I've been able to do this for 15 years and counting has been really nice. And the fact that I can still do it now because people still watch my dumb shenanigans has been also very nice to see. I got something special planned for the 15 year. It's nothing for video stuff, because I want to get back to Pikmin 2 after being away from it now the past couple weeks. I'm going to be starting to upload those videos in February. 'Cause I just have one more thing left to record in the main game. And then I'm pretty much all set for that playthrough, so that should be coming back soon. But because we're going to be celebrating that 15-year mark on one of the days I stream anyways, we're going to be having a pretty special one on that day. We're going to be having a very special playthrough of something for the 15-year anniversary. Not gonna say what it is yet. I want to keep that one a surprise to people. Been working out the logistics for the past couple weeks on it. But I know for a fact that's gonna be something a lot of people are looking forward to. And it ties into like my history of what I've been doing over the years and some of the stuff I'm more well known for. Nice whip. Unfortunately, they're gonna grab the clam and chuck it. They didn't whiff the second time. And they have more, so it's just gonna be Clam City for them. Alright, at least I got the trade. But they're still going, so that's not great for us. Kinda want them to be done. And then when I think they're done chucking clams, I hear more. Where are they coming from with these clams? Could they stop bringing clams to the house? I'm tired of clam chowder this week. Can we get this out of my house? No more clams. I'm grabbing the rest so they can't. Oh, come on. Come on, this is open. Why'd you have to rage quit? I couldn't throw it away in time because I was going to throw and then cracking up. I hate when people rage quit in a mode that barely matters because you get like 8 points at most in Anarchy Open when you win. And you lose like, what, 2? So this mode doesn't matter for climbing the leaderboards. And then people still rage quit, which I never understood. That's just petty. I mean, I guess of all the weapons, you probably shouldn't be going into Anarchy Open Clam Blitz with a heavy splatling like that, let alone the Hydra. Hydra is one of the hardest weapons to use in clams, so no wonder why they rage quit. But still, why rage quit in a casual mode like this? Not the tryhard modes. Hate to see you in the series. Oh, that Dynamo's really taking advantage of the buff by buffing themselves. That's a lot of main save. Nope. I clicked in on the return to base part of the map and it just did not work. I moved my hand last second. I think that took it off the cursor. Problem is, I don't want to rush in right now, but I do have a clam, so I'm going to hang back for a second, see what my team does. Careful the guy behind us, but I can rush in from here. Problem is, I was going to throw that there, and then guard it with Kraken, and then as soon as I got it, I was going to throw the clam. That was such a good idea until I got splatted, so now it makes me look like I'm throwing the game, which I guess I kind of was. We need clams though. Like our teammate's so close. I can give them 2. They're wanting to come around from the block if I had the bet. Now they're gonna go towards the ramp. Dude, I can't hit. I can't hit. They're one, and now they got their health back. Dude. Can't have the broadside of a barn today, apparently. Point blank, and I missed every shot. Barely got killed. If I just got him a little bit faster, Dynamo wouldn't have enough time to flick. Alright, there's a trade at least, but they got the cooler out. It's bad. They got the clam in, so they're gonna start shucking. At this point, we need to take this away. Oh, crap. I couldn't move. I couldn't even jump out of there if I wanted to. So not enough time. I'm gonna get that, huh? I'm sorry, but I'm not letting that go to waste. Not yet, at least. And they got a second big one in. Great. This is a really bad situation. I think this is a wash. Sure enough. Man, the problem I'm gonna be having right now is I want to use my Kraken so bad half the time, but I'm gonna drop my clam. And nobody's going for the clams at this point. I'm not seeing people go for the big ones. That was just kind of sitting there. I mean, to be fair, at least the people were trying to get the opponents out of base, but the fact that they were ignoring that clam. This is why I'm like, I think I have to change the weapon, because I have very, very little faith here. Saw how that worked last time I changed. So let's try the stealth method. This might help. We'll see. Just gotta remember how to do some of the more advanced tech. Because if I don't want to do vertical flick, I gotta remember when to press the button when I'm jumping. Because I press the shoot button and then jump. But doing that out of a squid roll is really hard. Remember, I go back to ink. Yeah, pretty much. To be fair, that's a better weapon for this mode anyway, so that should help. They're focused on that side for coming back fast. I'm noticing all the quick recoveries. Bad timing for those guys to be there. Alright, wasn't expecting to get clipped by the charger, but at least I reset the timer on the clam, I guess. Missed. Good. Oh crap, didn't even see the vacuum shot until it was too late. Because they missed, they have a second big clam. Yep, that was fast. I'm noticing the trend tonight for Clam Blitz. It's not the night for Clam Blitz. To be fair, it's never the night for Clam Blitz. This mode is such a mess if you don't have comms. I'm noticing some lag in this game too, by the way, so that's also a really bad sign. Terrafrost. Oh, come on. I was like, can you not run out? I was gonna give you this because I have a really good idea, but I can't do that with this clam on my back. I'm a sitting duck. Here, you take it. That was fast. So much for my plan. To be fair, I need to do this now instead. Can someone jump over here and give me 2 clams? Well, there's the 2 clams, but then I got immediately wrecked. Again, this is where voice chat is a must for Clamblitz, because I think we could have made the play there if it was a full squad of people and getting that call out. That's what makes Clamblitz so hard to do in the solo setting, because it's a very communicated, focused game mode in a game that has 3 call-out buttons in total. One of them doesn't work until you die. So that makes it a little more complicated to actually play. I really hope in the next game they actually give us like proper call-outs instead of just this way, booyah, and ouch. Because we need way more than 3 different buttons for call-outs. The D-pad has 2 more sides that don't have call-outs. You can give us those. Give us something on the left and the right side to say stuff. That'd be nice. Complained about this for literal years. Because it's been a problem since the Wii U days. And that was 10 years ago, guys. Alright, there we go. At least we got 2 big clams in there, so that was a really good push. If we don't get any more in, that's a 40-point bonus that we didn't have a minute ago. So I take that. Oh, man. I think I just got flow state. Oh, go, go, go. Wait, no, go the other way. I think there's someone on you. I was going to say, Ethan, if you can go to the block, that's the faster way over here. But that's only if it's not contested. And I think it's contested. Ah, man. I got stuck in ink so many times. I was so close to beeline to the goal. Alright, that's the GG's. Our clam's gonna despawn here in a second. At this point, we might as well grab the big clam. Alright, yeah, at least teammate figured that out. And then he chucks it. Okay. A little more worried. A little more worried here about how that was gonna go. He chucked it towards them, so that's why that was confusing. We need to get that clam ASAP. I gotta go back. Go, 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 go. Got it. That's the problem. I don't think even grabbing it wouldn't have given me enough time, so I just had to grab it to continue overtime. Now we got that 20-point push, and then another one in the span of 10 seconds, so at least that was a little bit closer than a complete knockout like the past 3 games. So bad than nothing. I think I'm gonna see how this next one goes, and I might just make that executive call, because this is my last game for the money ticket. So, I think we'll see how this one goes to decide if we're going over the turf. Because Clamblitz has been Clamblitz again, which is nothing new. But thank God, at least now if you're gonna have to do your call-outs for people, you can game chat. Have that person scream with their Switch 2 microphone, which will basically just sound like the most distorted thing when they get loud. Like, I was impressed with how the mic sounded in this system, don't get me wrong, but it still sounds like a webcam mic. And it's going through heavy compression for game chat. So good luck trying to understand anyone when chaotic moments are happening in a game like Splatoon. I really noticed how bad the compression was in game chat when I hooked up this microphone to the Switch too. It sounds so crisp and clear when it doesn't have any harsh audio compression done to it. And then the Switch 2 is like, what if I put it through a sock? It's like, I would prefer if you didn't. Had a feeling there. I was a little worried. But I had a good moment to rush in. Well, I was going to jump over to this middle. Keyword was. They got the flow. I was afraid that that was enough for them to probably trigger it, because that was a really good streak going. Not good news for us. Well, at least there's no one else here. Get out of here. I was just getting ready to chuck. Look at that. Look at the synergy. I died the second they popped their vac. I could have got into the goal. Oh, come on, man. That was so stupid. If they popped that a second sooner. Again, you really need, like, hey, can someone call me up on game chat? No, you, please, for the love of God, don't. Just use Discord instead. But you really do need voice calls for this. You need that synergy. I knew you were doing that. That's why I rolled. Nice double. Even though I didn't get the other kill, don't matter. I just like seeing two of them go. See ya. We're not losing that clam. If it's the thing we need for a good push, I'm keeping it. Crap. Someone else take this, please. I got ninja squid, so I can't move in. Now I don't see me, I can move in. Oh, crap. This is very uncomfortable, but I'm surprised that worked for as long as it did. Fortunately, it was not enough for us to do a push off of that little defense move. Need to get into their side, preferably with some clams. I'm surrounded by death. That's really not great. They dropped one of their clans. They still got two of them. Yeah, the other guy just grabbed his clan back. He's about ready to throw it. All right, this way. This is really not that ideal right now. So I'm just going to roll over everybody as our only hope. They just scored. What was that? Oh, crap. I think they just scored like almost 50 points there in 3 seconds. Oh, that's terrible. That is terrible. And they're... Yeah, okay. I was hoping maybe I can use that for a super jump. Oh, missed. I don't know how I missed at point blank range with the roller. So I don't like fighting dualies because it's so hard to react fast enough to dualie players. You give props to people who can play those things at a high level. I can't. Deploy a little too late. There's the GG's. We don't have time. I have to basically get over to that point in 3 seconds, and when I have 4 people on me, yeah, no, there's no time. I was the only last hope, and that was still uphill battle. Yeah, I think we should probably play turf for the rest of the night, because this mode is just pretty much the usual. Bad. It's just bad. Again, I don't mind Clan Blitz too much if it's in, like, a chat situation when you can actually talk to people. But when you're playing that in solo like this, it is a nightmare. No, that's okay, Ethan. I know it's like, yeah, you're not the best at it, but it's not your mode, and that's perfectly fair. Again, it's not an easy mode to play, in general. It's not my mode either. I think of all the modes, I perform the worst in that one specifically, too. So we'll finish up the night a little bit in turf. I would have done some salmon, but because it doesn't really take advantage of the new mechanics, because I don't think flow state is in salmon run at all. Health bar stuff, I'm not 100% sure there either. But at most, we can maybe play a game or two to see. But for right now, I just want to play some turf war, so I can still see some of the weapon changes. I'll do 1 or 2 more games probably with this weapon, because I noticed my kit is almost ready to upgrade, and then I'm going to swap to some dynamo, because I want to see the dynamo buffs. That's kind of funny right now. This is kind of a weird statement to say, but this game looks a lot brighter all of a sudden to me. And I think that's just more because I'm playing on a screen that's not night shifted yet. My computer screens all just went warmer. I have it set to around 10 o'clock for all my devices to turn on its night mode stuff to reduce the blue light. So I'm looking at the capture window. It looks a lot darker compared to what I'm playing here. And I recommend people do that with their devices. If you have some kind of night mode toggle that reduces the I almost said the bright light. Reduces the blue light from your electronics. Turn that stuff on, put it on a scheduler. It really does help, not only with eye strain, but also just to, like, tire you out by the end of the day. You're not straining your eyes as much with the blue light, so it doesn't keep you up. I think I mentioned something like that during that Steam Deck review of mine, because it was the only system of the 4 I looked at that had something like that. So I mentioned how the night mode stuff worked there and just how beneficial it is. Just have that on electronics in general. I wish the Switch family of systems had that. Because with those being handhelds, that'd be really nice to have as well. Because like computer monitors or your TVs, you can set warm colors, which mimics night mode settings. They can fix it there. But on the handheld stuff, you need that setting. Otherwise, you can't change the coloring. Man, I keep on deploying that like a second too late. Yeah, at least I keep on trading with people, so why not? Well, I'm not getting the flow state active. The trades are really helping. Now we need to kind of paint up more around us. See, Splatoon's posts are still Splatoon posts when it comes to the memes about sexuality. It's like, alright. That has been a thing since Splatoon 1. Proud of people embracing themselves, but at the same time, you see that here in like the plaza, and you wonder, is that actually real, or is it just people being memers? Because half the time, it's people being memers. Oh man, both head and shirt are so close. Like if I get a win, that should be enough for both to upgrade. My level's also super close too. Maybe I should put on an experience ticket instead of a double money. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It'll just take a little bit longer to get to that point, and I could always use more money. Good luck, buddy. You can't do much when you're using those ink strikes, so I figured this is the time to do the meme. Just before, too. Just before they ran out of the timer. Man, if I jumped over that, I would have lived. But I had like no health left, so the Wave Breaker actually killed me for once. I think it's rare if it gets an actual splat because it's so easy to dodge. But I didn't have enough time to dodge. There's my flow state. Oh, this is gonna be a funny one. More flow. Give me more flow. And it's done. But to be fair, I think we're winning. So that was a really good push at the end. And just a tiny bit more points at the end there. Why not? Yeah, I feel like the overall splatter pretty much happened at the very end when I got like 4 kills in a row to keep that flow state going. Because I was doing pretty dang good in the last minute mark. Man, Lily went away for the hats, and I gotta do one more with this kit. I wanna play Dynamo, man! I wanna try Dynamo! Kill 3, like, last 2-minute mark, it was funny. Oh, and there you go, you probably got flow state at the end, too. Doing that well the last minute. Always satisfying. One problem this rotation has is we got to play Tower before Flounder, and now we're back at Flounder. So, unfortunately, our variety tonight has been nothing but floundering. I would call it a Flounder Fest, but I think that that term is taken. Yeah, that was really bad time to jump over to that ledge. Cool. Didn't expect to get a random kill there. And then I got that trade. Just be careful, teammates, on the bridge. See ya. They always do that, I swear. There's always that one player that doesn't realize the Kraken goes through grates. So there's always that one guy in Flounder Heights that activates it in the middle of the, the Great Bridge, and they just fall through. Always happens at least once to someone. Oh, if I got that flick out, I would have killed at least the Octobrush. That was close, but not close enough. Moving in now. It's getting a little dangerous. There's the flow state. Cutting away from that. I mean, we're not winning now, so I'm just gonna do what I can to earn more points. Yeah, see that line? Not me. Doesn't matter to really anything but my overall points. Anything to level up the headpiece faster the better. I'm thinking if I do the math right in my head, I should have enough experience for the headpiece so I can get something off of that, and now I can swap. Yeah. Alright, let's change our gear. Now, I'm gonna want a ink-saving main. And I think that's probably okay enough. I think I'm gonna go with the headphones, maybe? Let me see what else I have. Actually, the beret might be better. Because I'm gonna play Vanilla Dynamo. So powering up our Tacticooler is probably the way to go. But look at that drip. Now I get to really feel the buffs that the Dynamo got. So, I guess to explain why this is such a big deal for people who haven't been around in the Splatoon 1 days, because a lot of people started with Splatoon 2, and this is when the Dynamo Rollers already got nerfed into the ground to make them one of the worst weapons in the franchise. It was that bad for many, many years. But back in Splatoon 1, Dynamo Roller was considered one of the best weapons in the game, because it was super powerful. It was pretty okay on ink consumption. It did a lot of damage, obviously. Not to mention, its paint radius was really good. And it also had some of the best kits in the game, which were really good for its synergy. So, it was considered one of the best weapons in the game, no matter how much Nintendo tried to adjust it. And it was so powerful that going into Splatoon 2, they had to nerf the thing into the ground. And it hasn't been the same since. It's been so much weaker. It basically is acted like a wet noodle. Like when this game came out, Splatoon 3 in particular, it was the worst it's ever been. Because half its shots were just missing. Point blank range, your ink will just fly over people's heads. It was really bad. But now I feel like Dynamo is finally in a healthy spot. It does much better on ink coverage. It's better on ink consumption. It's actually to a point now where people are starting to talk about it in the competitive scene, thinking if it's viable enough to start using it in like tournament runs, which hasn't really happened since Splatoon 1, because Dynamo's been just so hard to use in every way, shape, and form for many, many years. So it hasn't really seen tournament use ever since Splatoon 1 on the Wii U. So it's been like 9 years since I think the last tournament where Dynamo's really seen any play. I couldn't get away in time because I had a cooler. I was gonna take it back to base and throw it. But every once in a while, I like to break out this weapon when I was playing Splatoon 1, getting back into the game after a few years. Break this out every once in a while to have a fun time because it's just a super powerful weapon. So it's a pretty fun thing to use. Unfortunately, I just heard someone pop, so rip to that player. They just DC'd the last second. Nice. Getting a flow state with a Dynamo is pretty funny. No, barely. Barely didn't get the flick out. Because I do think the weapon's pretty well balanced as it is. Just for how it's being used. The weapon's very slow. Both in terms of the attack coming out, and just the fact that it weighs you down, so you move a lot slower with it. I think this weapon is pretty well balanced, as it was going into Splatoon 2, before they pretty much said, what if we just took away all of its benefits, and added vertical flick, which made it way worse to use. And at that point, it made it the worst weapon in the game. No joke, it was considered one of the worst, if not the worst weapon in the entire game for its entire life. So, yeah, needless to say, this thing kind of needed a glow up, because it's been neglected for years. Hey, there's a catalog level and an official level. Let's go. 2 for the price of 1. Yeah, this thing's a lot of fun. And I'm glad to see it's finally to a point now where it could be considered for tournaments again, because this specific Dynamo is a really good one. The fact that you have Tacticooler, like look at that. I painted the whole floor around me, and that was enough for Tacticooler. So it does a pretty good job of getting the special. I do have some perks on that make it a little bit easier to get the special, to be fair. But still, this thing paints pretty well, so it can get its Tacticooler relatively fast. It just needs a moment to charge up. So it still has some weaknesses. I don't know, I think this thing's a much healthier spot now than it was for 8+ years. Nice to see. I would like to see if I can get flow state while using a Tacticooler buff, because I want to see how much faster you can go between Tacticooler and also the flow state. That'd be kind of hilarious. I don't think you're going to get 30 AP buff plus 30 AP buff on swimming. That would be 60. That sounds broken. Like, at that point, it literally sounds like the swim challenges we've had in this game, where it just buffs your swim to a unbelievable amount, and that would be super unbalanced. So I think there's got to be a cap. I think 30-point bonuses are probably as high as your character can go in general when using external buffs like Tactical or Flow State. I have a feeling that if they let it go past that, it'd just break everything. So devs probably thought of Tactical or mixing with Flow and being just, nah, we can't do that, buddy. Oh man, if I got that, I would have actually got the test, the Tactical or Flow State mix. And I need to really see that. To be fair, if I need to test that for sure, I'm using something like NZAP. Because I can probably get a lot of kills with that while staying alive. Compared to Dynamo, which is a weapon I don't normally play. Ah, crap. How am I alive? How am I alive? That's what I expected like a good couple seconds ago to happen. Yeah, that's about right. Getting outranged by a Nautilus is not the most ideal as Dynamo. Yeah. I didn't think I would survive. I think it might actually, unironically, like, I like playing this weapon right now, but I do kind of want to see the flow state mixing with Tacticooler, so I might just swap to NZAP and see if I can even stack them. Because well, it's between that or maybe using the other Tacticooler weapon that's really powerful, Tri-Slosher. One of those two should be pretty good for this. I think I might go for Tri-Slosher Nouveau. I think that's probably the better call. In terms of what I want, though. This might be overkill, but I like it. I think this is a pretty good setup. It's that or I go with the comeback. Comeback, the tried and true. Which I might change next game anyways, but I just want to see how this is going to work with a hat. This hat with special power-up being the main makes it so we'll pretty much have Tacticooler for close to 20 seconds. So that should help me get to the flow state while engaging with Tacticooler buffs. So for science, let's go find out how this works. This will be pretty well documented, I feel like, after a week or so. So people understand how this works and then actually be able to tell you if things stack with each other. Because I don't think these two should stack, but you never know. Oh, come on, man. I thought I was in a decent spot so the Swiffer wouldn't hit. That's why I jumped last second. Trying to screw up his aim. He's good with his aim. Gotta give him that. Got him. Okay. I'm just about to that flow. No, come on! I needed that kill. I would have had it. I need to test this. Let me kill you. Out of context quotes for 500, please. Especially if you're in an apartment building, someone screams, "Let me kill you." I'll take out of context for 911. Dude, get up the building. There we go, I got it. Okay, get tacticooler. Got it. I was right, they don't stack. I have swim speed up from 2 different abilities right now. Tacticooler and the flow state. But my aura is not giving me more swim speed up, more run speed up, more intensify. It's not doing any of that. They don't stack. Thank you. I figured that was the case, but you have to know. You just have to know that for sure. Alright, so at least it was just one game I needed to play with Tacticooler as my Slayer weapon like this to get that answer. But, yeah, thank God. If they stacked, then you got 60 ability points between the 2 different upgrades. That would have been terrible on balancing. Yeah, the 666 pretty much describes how bad that would have been. That would have been demonic. That would have been super demonic. No, we don't need that. We don't need to break the game by having 2 stacks. Because I still have the page open from before in Wikipedia. I'm gonna see if someone's already outlined that. I hope so. I don't see cooler mentioned on this wiki page at all, so I'll probably mention later. It does not stack. I'm not finding anything about that. It's so new, it has to have breakdown information, but yeah, based on my science, Tacticooler gives you the same buffs as Flow State, so you can't get them to stack on top of each other. So if you need a reference, here's one. Yeah, that's why I said demonic, because of the 666. That's the whole reason why. Nope, don't like that, don't like that. Alright, at least I have the soda, so I'm coming right back. That's also one thing I need to test still, too. Tacticooler super jump with this nerf to the stealth jump ability. Which, to be fair, next time I get Tacticooler, I'll jump back to base and then jump to the furthest part of the map. Because that'll tell me exactly how much slower I should be. Need people a little bit further away to test this, but right now is not like great time to really try and test. Oh, I was just gonna say, I was gonna jump to him. And then, yeah, our teammate just died. So I might need another game for that specific test. To be fair, you move so fast with the super jump on tactical buffing that I don't think it's gonna really change much. Give me that flow. Nice. I'm just throwing the bomb because it doesn't really matter, but just give me like 5 more points if that. Yeah, okay, that might have actually made a difference. I didn't realize we were only 1 point away from losing, so that was scary. I do think I should swap my hat, though. I still want to test the tactical or jumping thing, but I need to probably put back on something like... I'll probably just do my standard squid band, because I do need the comeback. Something for the bombs is helpful, and this will give me 10 ability points of ink saving when I'm coming back from a death. And since I'm a Slayer weapon, I'm dying a lot. So it's going to be always active. It's active for like, what? 30 seconds? In a turf war, that's a good chunk of the game. The 6 of the entire match. It's like as soon as they nerfed... What was the ability? I might already blank because I haven't used it in so long. Last Ditch Effort, that's what it's called. As soon as they nerfed that a few months into Splatoon 3, Comeback has pretty much been the go-to headpiece ability. As that has just been one of the most powerful abilities that hasn't really seen much adjustment. I don't really think it needs much adjustment, to be fair. It's pretty well balanced as it is. Intensify was not balanced at all. Like, that ability was just a hot mess for a very long time. Okay, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good on speed still. I gotta do it again. It takes a little bit longer, but I'm still flying in pretty fast. So, they still nerf Super Jump with all of the quick Super Jump known to man stacked on your character. But with how fast you can jump in and out of battle because of just how many Super Jumps you have stacked on top from just the cooler alone, it doesn't really seem to matter too much. Like, you're jumping back in action still relatively fast, even if it's not as fast as it used to be. So, that Super Jump nerf, very, very impactful. And I think that's just going to be very healthy for the game now. Nice, I got flow. Give me some more aura. I think I just saw 2 different people get aura and then instantly die. And it was both on our side and theirs, so it just kind of was redundant. Nice! Wow, that was 2 people in that bomb radius. That's kind of stupid, actually. Man, I missed the soda. Thanks. That was a very loud sound from getting the flow state active. But just keep on giving me more. Why not? I'll farm the ore for days. I'm the ore farmer. My crops today. I don't know. Super Saiyan? Then next week will be the God Aura coming after you. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, mouthful mode. Oh, it's worse when they go further beyond that, like Evolution or Super Saiyan Rage, crap like that. That franchise has got the most weird transformation names after Super. It was good when they did 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then they just complicated the waters. I still remember when Super Saiyan Blue became a thing from the movies. We didn't have an official name for it because they never called it anything in the movie. So Resurrection F wasn't where we got the name from. We got the name from, I think it was Xenoverse 1 at the time with DLC, because they added the new transformation in, and then they made it like this long. They made a run-on sentence because they just called it Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. So if it was abbreviated SSGSS, which is like, what is this? Then they cleaned it up for when the anime and manga came out. It's like, well, Blue's still stupid, but at least it's not as stupid. Because that describes the hair color, at least. No hyper yet, give it time. I know they've moved on from the Super Saiyan forms now in Dragon Ball, because we have the Ultra forms, like Ultra Instinct, Ultra Ego. Then you have Broly's legendary Super Saiyan status, so it's just that. And Gohan has Beast Gohan. So they're moving away from the Super Saiyan name, just even like some of the Super Saiyan transformation in general. And then Daima brings back Super Saiyan stuff with Super Saiyan 4, but it's a different version from like GT. So they're still going with the numbering scheme with it, and it keeps it clean. It's the same form as GT, it's just a different look. That's really all it is. Which I don't know how to feel about the look, honestly, because I'm just so used to how it looked from GT timeline, because we've seen it for, like, at this point, what, 30 years, something like that? So, it's a form that I'm very, very used to seeing. With black hair and, like, standard-looking hands, not, like, fur hands, like how it transformed into 4 with the red hair, and then the fur just taking over the whole body, essentially. It's not a bad design, I just kind of prefer the look that they've had since GT. I thought that one was a little bit of a better fit, personally speaking. But they had to make it look different, I guess, for continuity's sake. And even then, I don't even know what the heck Diamond's considered at this point. Is that even canon, or is that like a side plot so it's non-canon? Like, they haven't really told us. Based on how things are set up going into Super, I say it's not canon, but until we see more info that says otherwise, that's how I'm viewing it, at least. Because if Daima is canon, then why didn't Goku use Super Saiyan 4 against Beerus? Like, that's just the problem. They made a plot hole by making a story before Super started. And Super's canon. So, it's like, guys, you can't be doing this. I don't know, we're getting a new Super anime series because they're just not only continuing where they left off, now with the Granola and Mora arc stuff, because we had Galactic Patrol announced. But then they're also redoing the Beerus arc. And I'm going to assume they're going to redo the rest of Super as well. Look, the only thing I have to say about that specifically is that if we're going to be redoing it, I really hope that we're going to actually follow the manga story a little bit more this time and not do things a little bit more out of order. Because Super Saiyan God got ignored in Dragon Ball Super. Like, after it was used that one time for Beerus, they just pocketed the form for the rest of the show until Tournament of Power. And then it made, like, an appearance for all of, like, 10 minutes and then got pocketed for the rest of the series. So, if anything, can we do, like, what the manga did? I think the worst arc of Super for the anime compared to the manga was probably Goku Black Arc. That alone, I think, could definitely benefit from a rewrite, adapting in the manga story into the anime by trying it again, because they used Super Saiyan God a lot more in the manga. They used it in the Tournament 6 arc, they used it in the Goku Black arc, Not to mention they also did other things in that arc too, like where Goku uses the Hakai, so the God of Destruction power, against Goku Black and Zamasu when they're fused. We don't see that in the anime. So they have a lot of opportunities to adapt that stuff from the manga now, if they're redoing stuff. And I kind of hope if we're going to go down this route, that's what happens. That's just how I feel personally. But also, isn't this like the 4th time you brought Beerus to class, guys? Like, why were we doing this? I guess it's the buy time for the animators, but still. Holy crap, man. Yeah, you have a good rest of your night, Matt. Take care. Hopefully you feel better soon. We're going to be wrapping it up here soon. I think, if anything, I want to try 1, maybe 2 games of Samurun, just to see if they have some of the new stuff in that. I don't think they'll have flow state. I'm not sure about the health bars. It's worth just playing it really fast just to see, because Samurun games are like 10 minutes, so a little bit long, but not terribly long. It's not a bad rotation either. I'll feel bad for anyone that gets the bamboo, but besides that, it should be fine. So I'll open the lobby if you want to continue playing for the next like few minutes, Ethan. But as I say, I'm just gonna see if they added the new stuff to this. I don't think they have. So Samurun, I think, is largely unaffected. Tell me this is the 20th time you brought Vegeta to class. But he's cool and edgy, so we have to use him again. It's the only way. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with the Beerus arc specifically, because they've shown us some material already in like trailers, and from what I was seeing, it looked like they were still fighting Beerus on the cruise ship, which is how the anime and the manga was set up. So it's not following the story beats from the Beerus movie, Battle of Gods. It's following the story beats from what they already laid out with like the manga and such. But I don't know if they're doing anything that hasn't been done in the original Super anime. A lot of the scenes look like they're still like beat the beat, so I have no idea. Until it comes out, I don't know. And that's supposed to be later this year? They announced it's 2026, but they didn't say when the Beerus arc is going to actually happen. And that same thing goes for the Galactic Patrol arc. They announced it, but I don't think they even get a timetable when that's coming out. Probably because they want to work through some of these other arcs first. So I wouldn't expect that until next year at the earliest, if that's true. Even though I would prefer to see the Galactic Patrol, because I know the story at this point from Super. I've seen it plenty of times. I want to see what happened after Tournament of Power and the Broly movie, because there's a lot that happened after Broly, and most people haven't seen it, because most people didn't follow the manga. So when you're playing your new Dragon Ball games, you see Ultra Ego Vegeta, you're like, Ultra who? Like, what is this? Okay, no health bars. This should be my 3rd kill. No flow state. Alright, as I thought, nothing in Samurun was adjusted for the new mechanics. No health bars, no flow state. Super jump doesn't exist here, so obviously that doesn't change. I'm not surprised things didn't change in this mode, because they would have outlined it otherwise, and there was nothing in the patch notes that said that Samurun got any adjustments. So it's honestly a mode that's pretty well balanced at this point. I guess if anything, they still need to tweak certain weapons and make them a little bit stronger for Samurun, because I think certain weapons still need some balancing. But other than that, the mode is already pretty well balanced, from what I understand. Okay, that stinger's gotta go. That is such a terribly placed stinger. And there's a second one, so that's even worse. Okay, well at least that gives us the victory. That got rid of one of the annoyances. I'm just gonna run. If I stay away from the chaos, then we're fine. Alright, we got low tide. Yeah, pretty feature-rich mode tonight. Like, let me restart that, because that sentence basically made no sense. Pretty packed night, like, of all the different modes to play. We pretty much covered all grounds. Now just playing a tiny bit of sand run to end this. Got to see a lot. We played 2 ranked modes, Turf War, and now a little bit of salmon to close it out. Nice to see this game is still getting love from the devs now, even though it's been 3 years, and they are technically working on another game that we still have no timeline on. I want to see, please. It's a run-on sentence, because that's how much I want to see Splatoon Raiders. So, yeah, the fact that we're still getting updates for this is really nice. Especially given how they did say 24 was it. Like, after 2024 was done, they were done with big updates for the game, and they wanted to move on to doing other projects, obviously, at that point. So the 2-year lifespan was concluded after that Grand Festival, but it didn't really seem to matter, because after Grand Fest, we've gotten a lot of content since. Like 30 big, like, weapons dropping, a new map, visual upgrades for a new console, a whole battle rework system with this flow state, and the health bars. So at this point, we don't know, like, how much more they're going to be doing with this multiplayer, because they've done so much to begin with that I wasn't expecting when they said we're done. I thought we were just going to get balance tweaks here and there, and no, it's been way more than balance tweaks. And this patch note specifically outlines at the very end, due to adding some of these newer mechanics, we might be seeing another update sooner rather than later to continue balancing things based on the stuff they just added. So we might see something like maybe a month or 2 from now. Who knows? I don't think we're going to see another update come like 6 months. I think we're going to see it like much sooner. But yes, please guys, if you're hearing us, give us news about Splatoon Raiders. We need it. It's been a little too long. I would like to know if that game is actually in a good state at this point, coming out this year maybe. I would just like to get something. Even if it's just like, hey, it exists. That's more information than radio silence. So I would like to hear something. Oh, don't even bother now with the flipper flopper. Really? You intercepted my shot. I had a feeling the scrapper would get me. I can't do anything against the scrapper. Not with my weapon. Oh, dear God, this is a mess. Really? Really? I thought we were surviving that. Well, GG's. Alright, I think I'll do one more, and then we're probably going to call it from there for tonight. I want to get a victory, and we were very close. So we could probably get a victory with this weapon set. Yeah, I do gotta start wrapping up soon, because I do have to get up earlier tomorrow for previous engagement I have lined up for a job. So let's do one more. Plus, I gotta remember, I'm telling myself this out loud, just so I remember, make thumbnails for the streams for this week, because I haven't had a chance to do that yet, and the first one should be going live probably tomorrow afternoon. So I need to make a thumbnail. At least one. Preferably do all 3 to get it done. The hardest one's probably going to be the transformation masks thumbnail, because I'm going to want to put a little bit more into that than just like title screen. So that's going to take like Instead of 1 minute 5. Oh no, the horrors. Need to get these eggs back ASAP. We're running out of time. I feel like we should have more eggs by now, so I'm just gonna try to focus on getting some of these eggs back. To be fair, I should probably also revive people, because I didn't realize we had 2 of our members down. That's bad. Not sure if I can really do much here, so I'm gonna pop my special. Good call. I took out the really problematic things. Nope, that's bad. It's bad. Really bad. Good. Okay. Kind of getting a little scary near the end there because of all the danger, but we're good. We're good. Alright, this is high tide, so a little worried. This map's a little congested on high tide because the middle is really the only part that I feel like you can't really do too much in. The sides are okay, but the middle gets really cramped fast. Missed. Trying to get that. Come on. There we go. No! Get the Inkstorm dude out of here. Like that. There you go. Holy crap. This is a terrible spot to be stuck in. Oh, hi. Hi, eel. Oh, please don't. Walk, 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 walk. I wish I could walk faster. No run speed in this. Oh, my God. Oh. Okay, that was very short. I'll give it one more because that was kind of terrible. I was gonna make this the last game until that happened. Because wave 3 is the actual cutoff. That's what I was worried about as soon as I saw that being high tide, because that middle gets so congested. If there's a bomb in the middle, which happened with the steelhead, there's almost nowhere to move. And sure enough, that did wipe out at least 2 of us. Alright. For real, hopefully the last game, because I want to get to wave 3 at least. I was waiting for this to start in high tide, which would have been really bad, but it's not much better. We got night, depending on the night game. Oh, this one's not bad. Gushers. Found it! I love when you shoot your first gusher and you immediately find the goldie. Basically makes the entire mode pretty free. Small, small. I think it's gonna be over here somewhere. Well, I wasn't wrong. It was on the side of the map. Get up. Dude, it sucks. My range is barely not long enough. Okay, it's over here somewhere. Found it. We just need one more egg. Oh, I'm stuck on him. That's perfect. Getting stuck on the Goldie is actually really beneficial with a weapon like this. Alright, now we just gotta focus on the eggs that dropped. Nothing else. There we go. I figured if everyone's gonna get the eggs from where it spawned, I'll get the eggs from where it left. And that was a good call. Alright, now what do we got? Hi. Oh, great. A repeat. That did not take long. That did not take long. We haven't started yet. We have our first deceased. Oh, that's bad. 2 maws. Don't want to be stuck there in the middle. Not those 2 fish. Oh boy. Nice! 47 eggs is really good. Really good wave. Ink up a little bit around us. And hopefully not another high tide, please. Thank you. I'll take low. Low is something we haven't done yet, so... Oh, no, this is the best. This is actually the best case. Tornado. And I haven't used Booyah yet, so this is perfect timing for it. I do wish this was when Bonefish Arena, whatever this map's called, came out. I wish we were playing during that specific time for this event, because this map had a very broken glitch on it that unfortunately is now patched out. But if you were... I believe it's like you started back at the base, and then you, from there, you started to go on these ink rails and just throw things around. The eggs were actually playing catch-up with you, so you were basically always like starting from the base, then riding the rails to grab the eggs, and then from there, throw them in the water, and then just teleport to the base. Because they go to your last known location on the floor, which happened to be right next to the basket. It was pretty busted, and obviously, because of how busted it was, that was fixed almost immediately. Because you couldn't just have someone grab the eggs from one part of the map and teleport them to the other part. That is just way too easy to do. So, a nerf that was needed. Alright, but we're easily winning this round because we already have the quota. And this is one of the easier rounds to survive. I say that, and I'm waiting for it. I'm just waiting for it. But, no, we're fine. I thought I was going to miss that shot. I would have been embarrassed. Alright, we're good. We're good. That's the way to end the night. What a nice victory. Let's go. Good at quota. Under an 18 is pretty solid. If we were doing like a big run or something, that could have been close to a silver. Like, that's how good that wave was. Neat. Alright. Well, I'm going to disband the lobby because that's going to do it for tonight. Maybe I'll play more of this on my own because I only need like a few more points, but I'm not going to do that right now. I got some stuff I got to do before work tomorrow, so I got to cut the stream here. But that was fun. Thanks for playing tonight, Ethan. This was a lot of fun. I'm gonna grab my rewards now in case I don't get around to playing more of this. Because if I do, it'll be like... Well, actually, it kind of depends on when this is in rotation still. I want to see that. Next Samurai run is in... Oh, it's actually very soon. It's in 3 hours. Okay, so maybe... After I set up the VOD to export, maybe I'll just play more of this on my own. Okay, that gives me perspective. I forgot I didn't turn in my rewards from the last time I played, so I'm getting a lot of stuff. Do I want that? Actually, that seems kind of better. Run speed. Yeah, I'll take that jacket. That's better than what I got with the Zinc Resist. It's not that good. And then same for... No, never mind. The helmet's better. That almost was better, but nah. Yeah, last time I played this was... I don't remember when, but I guess I never turned in the rewards. Was it an extra work or a big run? I don't even remember. It's probably a big run, I guess. But again, I just don't remember, because I've only played this game here and there. Maybe once a month, if that. So I could not remember what I've done last. But, yeah, no, this was a lot of fun tonight. I'm glad to see the game is still getting some new content in its updates. Hopefully, maybe we can see more maps come back, because that random drop that we got in June with Urchin Underpass, no one expected that, but everyone was pleasantly surprised. And there's now a whole page in the recon section that is empty. We just have Urchin Underpass on its own tab. So... if they want to keep on updating the game for the multiplayer stuff and just fine-tune things here and there, maybe add a new piece of content here and there. More of the third kits would be nice, and maybe a map or two more. I mean, what was it? The Reef was speculated for like the past 3 years to come out into this game's code. So we haven't seen anything from that yet. So that could happen. So it's good to see this game still getting some updates here and there. I would still love to hear about Splatoon Raiders. That would be great. I can't believe that's been radio silent for so long. But sometime this year, I hope we hear about it. It has to be coming out this year, so we'll see. But yeah, that's going to do it for tonight. Thanks to everyone who came out. This was fun to get back and playing Splatoon again, as always. Ah, excuse me, man. I can't even end the stream without just like hiccuping. Next week is going to be a big one because... next week, as I mentioned before, is the 15th year of me doing all this. It concludes. 15-year anniversary is next Thursday. I got a big thing lined up for that on that specific day. Pretty big stream that's going to be happening. So you definitely don't want to miss that one. We'll lead up to that for probably whatever. I'm not really sure what yet. I have an idea, maybe like a thing I can play one of the days, but I don't know what I'm doing the other. So I'll figure stuff out. So, yeah, next week is going to be the big one, and I am looking forward to it, but I'm also a little worried about how it's going to go. Once you see the game I'm playing in question, you'll understand. But either way, that's going to conclude it for this week's set of streams. It's good to be back, and I can knock on wood. I wasn't saying it the whole time, but Twitch actually behaved for once. So, 2 days in a row with the site completely disconnected, it actually worked correctly. So, I'm proud of you, Twitch. Now, fix the rest of your problems. Because I hated this week for streaming, because it was so busted. before I end, I need to share a little behind the scenes thing of just how bad this site's everything is. I can't even just say like the coding for the servers. It's more than just that, because someone who's a part of like a couple different Discord servers for streaming stuff, I'm seeing a lot of people complain about this in a multiple set of channels and servers, so I'm not the only one experiencing this stuff. This is how I know it's a Twitch problem, and I'm glad to know it's not just me. So I have been noticing the big problem is this week. This is probably going to give a streamer a jump scare if you've been using OBS this week in general. Failed to authenticate with Twitch. This error has been very, very constant. I've been getting logged out every single day of Twitch, specifically in OBS. And it is really bad, like to a point now where it's not even just that kind of problem I have, but trying to relog in. It's also this, which I need to shrink back down, and now I can bring it big again. Yeah, there you go. It's also this, where you're trying to load the page itself to actually stream with your account. You get error codes. So you're constantly having to brute force your login, delete your session cookies in OBS, so basically it's like a new browser. It constantly happens every single day. This has been happening for the past week. Not to mention sometimes the server's just disconnecting. Because years ago, there used to be like 10 plus servers in the US. Now there's like 4 listed. Default, which I don't know where that is. And then 3 other servers that weren't shut down. One of them's the Virginia server, which I used to stream on for a few years. So, what's been happening? I need to make this as a call out because it's only getting worse. And when you see this crap, where you literally can't log in, and it's not just on OBS, I had to log back in on my browsers, like with Firefox and Chrome, and even those were going to be login issues, where it's just a constant spinning circle. Every other website I was on had no problems. Every other site, if I had to log in, I got in first try. No issues. But Twitch specifically is self-destructing. It's only getting worse. So please, this is just a call out. If any Twitch staff sees this, please fix the authentication issues going on. It seems to be a big bug, especially with your account being set up with 2-factor authentication. Apparently, this is massive in the European specific region. I don't know why specifically the European servers are getting hammered hard, but it's a mess. So stabilize the platform more, please, because tonight was a pretty good night. Very stable, 0 drop frames, as it should be at this point, with the amount of upload I have being over a gigabit. Now it's not the bottleneck on the user side, it's the bottleneck on your side. So get that fixed, please. I know for a fact this is Twitch's fault, specifically this error in question that's still on the screen, because they know about it, and they already said we're working on it. Problem is, apparently this issue has been known since last August. So this has been a problem for like almost 6 months. It's just only gotten more worse, apparently. It's more rampant now, because it was apparently really bad for European streamers, specifically on like certain ISPs networks, but now it's spread to the US as well, and it's on like a lot of different networks, so that's fun. That's fun. So with that call of action, that's actually going to be it for tonight. So with that said, let's go ahead and end this stream. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you back here next week for the big 15-year anniversary. Take care and have a good night, everybody.